Welcome back to the PokerStars Arena, where it's day 11 of Scoop 2021. Now, it may be spring, but it doesn't feel like it in some parts of the world. Yes, Britain, I'm talking about you. Well, tonight, appropriately, it is the midweek freeze, and we're bringing you live cards up coverage of this 5K event. Hello, everyone. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. James, might I recommend Climax? It's always 72 degrees in my head.
72 degrees Celsius. How are you not melting? Woo. Well, last night was on fire. It was awesome. We watched 9 of the best battle it out in the 25K super high roller, with old NASA Jalviera coming out on top.
Yeah, plus old NASA made the final table of the medium version of that event. And did he win?
Stand by your bunks. We'll talk about that shortly. First, we turn our attention to the updated series stats. 138 tournaments have now played to their last hand. Nearly 690,000 entries across the series. Prize money of more than $54 million, with more than $8 million paid to winners. Okay, let's check in with our Scoop correspondent. He's got the looks, he's got the brains, he's Howard Swains.
Any comment yet, Howard?
Just ask the questions.
Howard, how did old NASA do last night? Did he win a NASA one? I need to know.
Unfortunately not. He came second. But that means he won the Super High Roller and he came second in the 2K at the same event. And of all the ridiculous single night achievements we've seen so far in this Scoop, I think that's probably the best. Yeah, as you know, it was ridiculously tough field in both events. And he's also second of 9 remaining in the 5K midweek freeze, which he also played last night. So it is a truly ridiculous evening of poker from him.
Absolutely. Howard, I trust your reports on the PokerStars blog implicitly, and I'm sure you double, if not triple check this, but are you seriously telling me Chris Moorman hadn't won a Scoop until yesterday?
I know. I had to double and triple check it myself, but he had not. And you know what? He's never even won a W Coup, and he's never won the Sunday Million either. He has won 428 documented online tournaments, and he has 6,724 cashes on PokerStars alone, but he'd never won one of those major coups. But last night he did. He won the 1K 6 max for a little less than 80K. And so Moorman finally gets his first Scoop.
I actually checked in with his wife, Katie, personally, and she said, yes, it was his first Scoop, and he desperately wanted one, so I'm very happy for Chris. Howard, how is Chris's win being scored as far as countries are concerned, though?
Well, it actually becomes a win for Mexico because, as you alluded to there, like he now lives in North America, and so has gone down to Mexico to play. So he's not a British winner. He is British, not a British winner. We did have 2 other British winners last night, though. Harry Lodge, who plays as I Am a Poopy, won a 109 6 max. The medium of the event that Moorman won, that was worth 34K. And Gareth James, who plays as Missy Gazelle, he won 40K and $109 deep stack. So 2 British winners, not including Moorman.
Flying the flag for the UK. Thanks, Howard. We'll catch up with you on Saturday.
Speak to you then. Cheers, guys.
Right, midweek freeze time. 140 entries, 9 remaining. And as Howard just mentioned, who's coming into the final table second in chips? It's João Vieira, but it's Dominicus Michaelitis who has the chip lead with a 105 big blind stack. A few other familiar names: Francisco Benitez, Daniel Dvoris. With 9 players remaining, they are all guaranteed more than $21,500. We're looking at the better part of 100K for third place, more than 120K for the runner-up, and nearly $157,500 to the winner of Scoop-48-H. Well, it's not just João Vieira who's back for more tonight. Griffin Benja rejoins us on commentary duties. Hello again, Griffin.
Hey guys, I want a clause in my contract. I want to be here every time Naz is on a final table. He's too fun to watch.
Do you really want to work 360 days a year?
I was going to say, I'm sure it could be arranged, Griffin, but as Joe just suggested, you might not want that. here we go. Blinds 40,000, 80,000. First hand of the final table, and it has been folded to Tamati. Francisco Benitez. Should point out there's a few names we're not so familiar with at this final table, and should highlight that we have got 3 satellite winners at this final table. 3 players who qualified for this 5K event in $109 buy-in satellites.
Naza, Oxada, and Tamati.
No, it's Neck Guide Izai. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Deuce of Duck 0. And the third is Aminolcast from Canada. Amino.
Maddie going to be in a spot here with the ace queen. I think against this particular stack size, this will probably play better as just a call. You don't necessarily want to get in about 25 big blinds here just to start the final table. So I think we should expect Tamati to elect to just call. Plays kind of nice too, because there are a lot of the times you're going to have your opponent dominated going to the flop when the opener has something like ace jack. But taking some pause.
I think we can all agree nobody's re-raising ace queen anymore. All right, let's very 2000 late. Can't believe it. We're 2 hands into this. Griffin's already coming at me with big blinds this. Elect to do that. Just let's get settled in for a second.
Well, we can't help ourselves.
Too good at my job, Joe.
Setups on the second hand of this final table.
This king 6 setup, I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
Well,
he may be considering, instead of a 3-bet, which plays super weird because you don't really want a 3-bet call off here, maybe leaning more towards a shove versus a 3-bet. So I think we can expect, a call or a shove here, and does elect to go for the jam. And Dingebrinker should be licking their lips here simply because this is a lot of jacks, 10s, 9s, ace, queen, that kind of hand that takes that long there.
Told you, king 6.
So queens calls all
And a
in,
flush draw
rivers
queen.
a set. And that is a double up for Dingebrinker, up over 4 million. Meanwhile, Tamati drops down to 400K. Super short now. What's that, 5 bigs?
Tamati's really, they're really going to need to catch up.
I was going to make a catch-up joke. Good job. That's why you're the comedian. Yeah, tough break there for Tamati. I really think, deliberating there between the call and the shove, super close, I think, probably in his head there. And I bet he's kicking himself for making the, move that didn't work out.
Oh,
this will work out, though.
9s here.
Yeah, an opportunity to probably just get it through. No real calling hands to flip against, so should be able to acquire some chips, but
all in.
Like a fine can of DeChico tomatoes. Shipped.
Now, if Oxada was in the big blind here, I don't think he would hesitate to call for just 5 big blinds with queen 10 off, but because of that big blind behind, he's going to have to let that queen 10 go.
Chip leader opening with queen jack. Deuce of Duck, one of our 3 $109 qualifiers. Ace queen, UTG +1.
Yeah, argument here to 3-bet or to call. I think it can play a bit easier as a 3-bet. I don't think the chip leader is necessarily going to attack such a strong 3-bet this early. And you clear out the field.
Yeah.
Getting a pretty good price here. Not even a 2.5x raise. I think with a lot of different hands, Meek and Sonus would feel pretty comfortable continuing if this hand was suited. But queen jack off just plays so poorly. 3-bet pot out of position. Lets it go.
Well, Tamati still short. Ace 7 of diamonds. And if Francisco Benitez pulls the trigger here, we can see that Dingebrinker has ace queen in the small blind. Let's not forget it was Dingebrinker who took most of Tamati's chips on that all-in coup, ace queen versus queens, and now could deal the final blow.
Finish him.
You say Tamati, I say Tamati.
Well, we might not be saying his name anymore this evening if Domination Nation holds. And there is no 7 on the river. It's not coming 7 this time. First elimination from the final table. Francisco Benitez, a former Scoop champion, out in 9th place, earning $21,592. Dinge Brinker now close to 5 million in chips.
Going to be interesting to see if Naza opens here with the
That's
King-6 suited. I think this is a notch or two below what he should probably normally be opening, but because of the confidence he's playing with, because he has so many chips, I think he's willing to go a few notches below sort of what might be standard here, especially with the satellite qualifiers on the table.
Yeah, well, Neck is one of those qualifiers and has flopped the diamond draw. Naza with King High. And yes, we are watching João Vieira in action for the 2nd night in a row. Was at the final table of the 25K Super High Roller that we streamed last night.
That's the card right there.
Wow. And Naza
This card is
still
sweatier than the
good.
movie Alien.
Won that Super High Roller, came 2nd in the 2K, the Super Tuesday Special Edition. And betting 320,000 with this straight draw, this flush draw. And Neck calls, and
Ooh.
Rivers a pair of jacks.
Makes the draw.
I think Naza is going to expect next sort of bluff catchers on the turn there to be a lot of hands like Ace Queen High, Ace Jack High, maybe not really a lot of pocket pairs. A lot of pocket pairs I think would bet the flop. So the Jack isn't a particularly good card because it fills one of those sort of Ace High calls. I think he folds out all the better King Highs on the turn. So this might be a card Naza decides he doesn't want to attack. But you see just very wise to it there with a really, really disciplined check.
So Neck is one of 2 Lithuanian players at this final table, the other one being Mikansonis, the chip leader. And even though Neck satellited in, this is a player who is no stranger to playing high roller events. Plenty of results in 215s, 530s. And wins that hand against João Vieira, moving up to 6.3 million.
Oxada here with a hand that I think he would be willing to shove on an open against Naza were at late position, but early position you'd expect maybe find a fold, but does elect to shove for just over 21 big blinds, and a pretty unlucky to run into sort of such a premium in Naza. You'd have to think that he'd probably be willing to call Ace Queen. It's one of those very interesting spots facing a shove. It's like Ace Jack, you probably fold. Ace Queen right on the line. Anything better than that, Ace Queen suited plus, you're calling. So not an automatic call here for Naza as we see the fold, because Exoda happened to have the bottom of his shoving range there. King Jack suited is, I would say, the worst hand he's willing to shove facing the under the gun open from Naza. And Naza makes a fold that you kind of have to sometimes.
So Oxota is Daniel Dvoris, 5th on the Canadian money list, live winnings of $15.9 million. And this is where I naively assume that all Canadian poker players know each other. Do you know Daniel Dvoris, Griffin?
I do, yeah. I've spent a little time with Daniel. He was friends with some people that I was living with way back in the day in Toronto, and he came by for a weekend and hung out. So I've spent a little time with him, really player, and just has risen through the ranks of playing, high rollers all the way up to super high rollers since I've known him. So
yeah,
an incredibly, tends to happen.
No, Griffin, I mean, you see the absolute hilarity in the fact that you hung out with a kid named Dvoris for just one weekend, right?
Dvoris. No, can you explain it to me?
I mean, you got him on the weekends? Nobody? Anybody?
No.
The kid's name is Dvoris, and you only got him on the weekend?
Oh, Dvoris.
Come on.
Dvoris. Oh, my God.
Jeez.
You're too brilliant for your own good, Joe.
Let's get the cobwebs out. Jeez. Unbelievable.
Oh, gosh.
What the heck is
If I were
going
you, I
on?
wouldn't be
I mean,
drawing attention to that one. Broadway here for
I'm pretty sure
Dingebrinker.
this is on you guys.
Well, we normally get
Yeah,
marks
it's
out of
okay.
10 for the Chop Pot song, and now we need marks out of 10 for that.
And just the
Dingebrinker.
nutter butters there, right on the flop. What a great start for
It's very
Dingebrinker.
rare I side with chat, but I'm gonna have to take take that one.
Well, Gogak Sniper completes in the small. Daniel Dvoris with Jack 10 in the big. And Daniel was
like
one
this
of
check
hate
back.
Gogax.
I like this check back from Daniel Dvoris. It's a situation where you're thinking, okay, small blind's limping, probably going to have a ton of limp folds, but Jack 10 plays so well post flop. You're very disguised when you just check back and see a flop. And this is, you know, exactly what you want to have happen. Your opponent flops bottom pair, surely going to continue, especially with the backdoor diamonds. And you get a little value for your hand.
Well, I was just going to say that Dvoris is one of the former Scoop champions at this final table. Of course, after last night's result, João Vieira is now a 5-time Spring Championship of Online Poker winner.
Which makes him 5 times better than Chris Moorman.
I spoke with Katie a little bit last night after Chris won, and she was incredibly disappointed that there were no strip clubs open to go celebrate.
240,000. Gogak, this would be a hero fail. Calling with a 3 here. Makes the fold.
Guys, it's early, but James has an itchy trigger finger. Do you see that? He was looking at the board. He's like ready to hit it. Oof.
Well, I am going to hit it. Do you know why? Because Daniel Dvoris has the snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
There you go.
Dingebrinker has opened with Ace King.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to play as a fold a lot of the time for Exotta, but it does peel instead. Did we establish if Dingebrinker is one of the satellite qualifiers?
No.
Dingebrinker is not a qualifier.
I think I
Dingebrinker is someone
recognize the
we've seen
name,
a
yeah.
lot of in streaming these
Yeah.
online events. And Dingebrinker has a few cashes in Scoop, is also a WCOOP winner, won a 2K event in last year's World Championship of Online Poker.
Yeah, listen,
You ever check raise
Oxada
an
is
eights
someone
here
who's
on this 7-high board.
played
that a thing?
6-figure buy-ins before, so going to feel very comfortable playing post-flop, even when his opponent can put a lot of sort of ICM pressure on him in a situation like this. Dingebrinker with the small bet. It's not really expecting to fold out hands like this. It's more even getting value from hands like Ace Queen, Ace Jack suited, and then taking the lead, deciding if, you know, to be balanced, to keep betting with on higher cards, represent those bigger overpairs if he thinks his opponent does have a hand like pocket eights.
Amino last, more like Amino worst. How can you fold Ace-7? Look at the board.
Oh, he's probably super mad right now.
Well, 8's still good.
What a run out for 8s, huh? How happy are we? And the low.
Very cheeky
192.
bet here from Exotta. Just about 20%, really targeting hands like what Dingebrinker has, those very, very big aces that, you know, might think that Exotta's block betting with something like, I don't know, Ace Queen, but a little too smart, lets it go, knows he's getting, surely most of the time, value bet by a pair.
So blinds now up to 50,000, 100,000, and confirmation that this will play now with 30-minute levels until its conclusion. And yep, you spotted it, Joe. We've got Ace-7 opening, but it's 10s versus Kings. and Amino last, who is a qualifier, is a relatively short stack. 12 bigs.
Yeah. This is trouble.
Right here in River City.
Just get weird and flat here. Come on.
I think he actually might do that, Joe. Just giving the illusion that maybe he's, you know, flatting here with something like tens that would be willing to fold to one of the chip leaders, and giving an opportunity for Deuce to enter the pot.
Jack 9 deuce.
And with just 110 left in the deck, as we can see, Oxada folding that 10 of diamonds. Big trouble for the qualifier.
Need some help on the river. Turned the straight draw, but doesn't get there, and we get our second elimination. It is Amino last from Canada, who qualified for $109 and cashes for $26,229.90. That hand sees Nazar firmly move up into second place on the leaderboard, just behind chip leader Mikansonis, who's got kings in the big blind. Daniel Dvoris opening here with king-queen.
Griffin, are you a cat dog guy or a dog cat guy?
I don't know what that means. I'm a cat person, though.
Okay, well, the other half of Mikansonis' avatar is for you.
Gotcha.
This is a popular children's character named Cat Dog, but it's
Well,
the dog.
if Mikansonis wants to win poker tournaments, they might want to consider showing the cat part of that creature.
Pretty annoying spot here for Oxada. Some really good blockers to open with. A pretty strongly positioned hand. Yeah, right into it. Oof.
And drawing dead on the turn, Daniel Dvoris eliminated. That's back-to-back KOs. And Oxata cashes for $33,882, and we are already down to 6. 3 bust-outs in the first 15 minutes of play.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those spots where, you know, when you run right into the blades like that, you feel, you know, so silly. But we saw a similar hand yesterday in the 25K final table where, you know, one of the best players in the world, Mikita, 4-bet all in with the same hand in pretty much the same situation because of that chance that the big blind is just taking a spot there. It was against the chip leader who hadn't really had a chance to get going yet. So, you know, yeah, sometimes you run face first into kings, but other times you run into jacks, or it's just a pure bluff with something like, you know, 10-5 suited. So you can't really blame Oxada for making a stand there, but just happened to be in really, really bad shape.
So our chip leader, Dominicus Michaelitis, opens with the Snowmens.
Num.
I got a question for you, Griff. If you shove King Queen there, get called by Ace Jack, and hit a king, do you apologize?
No. No.
Terribly sorry, old boy. Overplayed the old queen and got a little bit lucky.
I'm sorry. I feel really bad.
You feel bad, yeah.
I mean, I imagine I would feel
Yeah,
bad. That's
Vieira.
never happened to me.
Nazar opens on the button with Queen 7 of clubs, and quick all-in from Gogak Sniper.
Ovechkin avatar. I'm loving that energy. The greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL. Just because I know James.
What did I tell you? I told you Griffin would know who that is. Canadians are the only people who care about hockey.
I mean, that's pretty good considering there's like 3% of his actual skin showing.
I mean, he has a very iconic one-timer slap shot from the left circle. It's a bit, you know, it's a bit complicated, but
Mm-hmm.
look at the torque on that stick, guys. No one shoots the puck harder.
I know, I mean,
I think
I've
solvers
never
are
had a
easier to
stick.
understand than icing.
My stick's never given torque like that, that's for sure. Pair of queens ahead here. Neck flopping best. Gogak Sniper, the pre-flop aggressor, does have a straight draw, pairs their ace on the turn and takes the lead. 4-1 favorite now in this three-way pot.
Yeah, I really like this check back here from Gogak Sniper. It's one of those situations where, you know, you're the aggressor, you flop some equity with a Broadway draw, but if you think about if you break down the range that someone, especially Neck, has in the small blind flatting there, it's going to be a lot of hands like Queen 9 suited, Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack off, King Jack off and suited. So a lot of those Broadway combinations. So instead, taking that free card, hitting that ace on the turn now, you know, the check on the turn isn't bad either. Just, you know, you don't necessarily want to bust on that card. So just deciding, you know what, I'm going to try to get one street of value here on the river, and we'll see if Neck is buying what he's selling.
Value bet of 222,750.
I'm really liking the sizing we've seen so far on some of these river bets. Really a good amount to target the actual value strength of the opponents, but unfortunately, you know, this is a $5,000 buy-in, so a lot of them aren't going to fall for it.
6-5 off for the chip leader. Does not connect. Ace high, still the best hand. Michaelitis' best result in Scoop was 2 years ago. Came third in a high buy-in event for 60K. Does now have a straight draw. A gut shot, as does Deuce of Duck.
Yeah, you know, a lot of different cards on the turn that I think Meekin Sonis would attack, expecting his opponent to have a lot of sort of these kind of hands, ace queen. But the 9 isn't so great because it gives a straight draw to hands like ace jack and ace queen that won't really be finding folds on the turn. But you know, if the turn card was like a 4 or a 7, I think we could expect to see Meekin Sonis betting with that 5-6 high straight draw.
Okay, ace king, Gogak Sniper opens to 210. Dingebrinker, queen 10 suited on the button. Calls, and now Meekin Sonis with ace 9. As the chip lead with a 100 big blind stack.
Gripping that toothpaste right from the bottom. Guys, look out. Oh, wow, there it is. Just an absolute squirt.
Well, Dingebrinker will get out of the way, but Gogak Sniper likely to call all in here and will be in a great position to double up through the chip leader.
All over the bathroom mirror. The toothpaste.
No 9 on the river. Instead, it's Barry Greenstein, which doesn't change the result. And Gogak Sniper is now playing 5.5 million. Meekin Sonis drops down to 8.1 million. Still has the chip lead, is still a monster stack.
And this final table playing pretty aggressively. I mean, I think objectively it's probably a mistake by Meekin Sonis, but you understand the thought process is that, you know, Dingebrinker doesn't have a hand to call all in for 40 big blinds on the button. There would probably be 3-betting Gogak Sniper to get it in. You know, so really, as long as Gogak Sniper doesn't have a hand to call with, that's usually going to get through and you're going to, you know, acquire another 600, 700,000 chips. But Gogak had it, and here we are. And look at Naza now punishing.
Line here.
Yeah. And I remarked earlier, it just gets a call from the King 10. Wow, they're going to the streets, boys. Okay.
It's like everybody's got somewhere to be today. Is it because tomorrow's an off day and everyone just wants to start early?
You've got it, Joe. Thursday is the new Friday. It's like everyone can knock off work as soon as they're done with tonight's events.
Yeah, so it's just, hey, like let's F around and find out.
Well, the direct consequence of that hand is that Naza has taken the chip lead. João Vieira now #1 on the leaderboard with 7.9 million. Here we've got an opening raise from Dingebrinker, jacks for deuce of duck, sevens for Gogak Sniper.
Yeah, and it's so fun to watch. I mean, Naza is obviously on one of the biggest, if not biggest, heater of his career right now. And as soon as he recognizes a moment where he can pounce and take that chip lead away, he goes for it. He selects the exact kind of hand I was talking about, what you need to worry about from the big blind sometimes with the big blind bluffs, those sort of like mid-range suited hands. Goes after it. Mick and Sonis, the presence of mind to call with just king 10 high pre-flop. It's not a very standard call facing a 4.5 raise, but wise to the reality of what Naza is prepared to do, but then just not getting the flop where you can really continue with king 10, and Naza takes the chip lead.
So opening raise to 210,000, 3-bet from deuce of duck to 550,000. It was jacks the last hand, now it's tens. So next time they're going to be dealt nines. Oh.
Maybe. Why is that
Can we go back to the divorce catch-up jokes? Good discipline there from Megan Sonis. Definitely was deliberating about whether to get frisky there, either with a call or a 4-bet, but said, you know what, I need to maybe chill out a little bit, let him have this one.
Sonis wins that one uncontested. Ace-8 under the gun for deuce of duck. Playing from the Netherlands, another player who satellited in for $109. Has had some decent cashes over the years in Scoop and WCoop. Runner-up in a rebuy event earlier this series for 61K.
I forgot to look. Did they get nines in the next hand?
No, it's 10-3. Naza has kings, though. And we have the opening raise from ace-jack. Deuce of duck with king-queen.
I probably shouldn't say this, but it's been a little while since we've seen a horrific suck out. And I feel like the ace on the desk is
You're assuming
you want to make sure we don't get to a
that
flop
we get
here.
to a flop.
Right.
I was going to say, I think there's a very good chance that a sizable re-raise here might scare off both players.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Gogak Sniper to continue here with ace-jack. Certainly, Naza can find some light squeezes here. It's a bit similar in principle to the hand that Meek and Sonis had with ace-9, where, you know, the flatter from the small blind here is probably never really super strong. Going to have a lot of middling hands like king queen, pocket eights, pocket sevens. So, you know, Naza really only has to worry about getting through that original aggressor. And even though it is under the gun, we're only playing 6-handed. So he's going to be balanced there between bluffs and big hands. But, you know, you don't want to plop in 50 big blinds with ace-jack there. You know, and find yourself walking out the door with 43,000 when there's 157 up top because you put in with ace-jack for that many chips. It's just good pressure points.
I have to keep reminding myself as well, Joe, that we're already 6-handed. As I said, we had 3 eliminations in the first 15 minutes of play. One now guaranteed nearly $44,000. We've got king 9 versus king 10 here, and the dominating hand holds. King 10 high still ahead. Six on the turn doesn't change anything.
Do you think Gogak was drunk one night on cognac and misspelt his alias? No. Thank you for your question.
This is a great card for Neck to be able to win this pot. You know, when Dingebrinker has ace highs, would probably be willing to call this turn card a fair bit, but because it's king high, not a great defense.
The Grafton 10-9 suited sees Mick and Sonis open to 210,000. Pocket nines for Naza.
The Graftons against the Gretzkys. Another hockey reference.
Sam Grafton plays hockey?
No,
Sam
Pocket
Grafton
Nines
misses
is
100% of the
99
shots he doesn't take.
99 is Gretzky's number.
Wow.
I'm going to do it
It's
for
top
super
pair,
fan number 99 over here.
the Dinge Breaker.
And a nice little hockey trivia connection here is that Ovechkin is currently chasing the goal record, the career goal record, NHL goal record by Wayne Gretzky that no one thought anyone would ever be able to reach.
Griffin,
That
is
is a hashtag fun fact.
Ovechkin the action figure you gave to my Tinder date that time, and then she was really nice to me afterward?
No, I think it was Pavel Datsuk. Yeah.
Okay, I brought some random girl over at
so it
Griffin's
was.
house, and she was a hockey fan, and he just like gave her like an action figure, and then she was very kind to me the rest of the evening.
Yeah, I think it was Datsuk. I think it was your favorite player.
Well, King's still good.
And a bit behind on the action on this hand, but you have to imagine with 7:55 out there, there's been no betting up until this river. So Dinge Brinker now coming out of the bushes here with this really sizable bet. Meekin Sonis blocking the 9-7 straight, but making a very disciplined fold there.
It's going to take you a while to recover from the news that Griffin just gives away action figures to anyone who visits his house. I thought I was
Oh
special.
no, Joe, what have you done?
Well, that's when we had to be really worried about Griffin because he was giving away all of his stuff, and I was like, "Hey, are you okay?" It's like a cry for help sometimes.
In fairness, the value of the two action figures was like, 10x. Like I cared 10 times as much about James as I did about your date, Which is a lot of times.
Aw.
There you go.
I'm going to extend a metaphorical hug across the arena, Griffin.
I got more than a hug.
Oh, you smell good. Wow, James. What is that?
Natural musk. Mekansonis on the button with King 10. King 9, the deuce of duck folds. 7-3 for Naza, folds.
Mick Sonis was thinking on that open, if this guy does it again to my King 10 again, I love King 10. I'm not folding for anything less than a mil.
Who do you think the best player in the world is that still has a favorite hand? Like that isn't aces, obviously.
Sam Grafton with 9-10 suited.
Right.
Yeah, but he's old. He turned 50 last year.
And Watton lost in 5-card Omaha, just 5 sevens.
Right.
Queen 8 still leads.
I don't know. Queen 8 does lead, but you got to figure there's a slight advantage for Naza here, despite being out of position.
Yeah, it's tough because a 10 is never folding on the turn here, and an ace. There are a lot of aces that Gogak Sniper will check back pre-flop and then call on the flop. So Naz is really targeting pure floats like Queen 8 and King 8 high. King high and Queen high are the kind of hands he's targeting, hoping to get folds from, I think, from on the turn. But Gogak showing some real wise stubbornness here. The other problem, of course,
That's crazy. That is crazy. Good for them. Wow.
Sick hand, yeah. The other thing is it's so hard for Naza to fire 3 there because he doesn't think that Gogak is going to call twice with Queen High, And Gogak also can have some deuces there for trips, so Naza just has to wave the white flag there. So I think Naza's tipping the cap in his head there to the sniper.
I'll tell you what, for anyone who hasn't seen it,
Sniper.
I'll give a cameo appearance to the action figure that Griffin very kindly gave me when we visited his home in Toronto back in 2015. This is an awesome,
so nice,
awesome figurine of the Christopher Reeve Superman who stands guard on my desk night and day.
Yeah, it's a good one. Bet we could get a pretty penny for those. They stopped making those. Sideshow Collectibles. Name your price.
John Delano says 1979 Superman. Superman the movie was 1978.
Oh my God. I'm the hated one.
1979 was the year they did reshoots and pickups for Superman 2, which was then released in 1980. I thank you.
Why, instead of doing reshoots, didn't Superman just fly around the world backwards and let them start over from the beginning?
Well, ironically, Joe, that was meant to be the ending of Superman 2. That was how he was meant to put everything right after the supervillains destroyed the world, but they then used that ending for the first film. It was a bit like what happened with Justice League. Richard Donner, the original director, got fired. Another director came in with a completely different vision, a completely different tone, and made an absolute mess of the second film.
Why didn't he fly around the Earth for every bad thing that ever happened?
Well, the problem is then in 2006, when Richard Donner came back to restore Superman 2 to his original vision, the so-called Donner cut, he reinstated the original ending, which means both Superman movies now end with Superman flying around the Earth to turn back time, which is
I mean, look,
really,
if it works,
really
you should just do it every time, like in Star Trek, where they go back in time. And then the second one, they're like, you know what? Let's just go back in time again.
You've never flown around the Earth to turn back time, and it shows, James.
I've gone back in time so many times, and this is still the best I can do.
I would definitely watch like Butterfly Effect 4 with Joe Stapleton. See how much you can mess things up.
It is forbidden for you to interfere with human history. The planet Krypton.
This is a fun turn card, as we say.
Yeah, we now have top pair for Dinge Brinker. We have the flush draw for Neck, in addition to that flopped straight draw.
Yeah, definitely a card Neck is going to feel pretty good about barreling, turning that flush draw to go along with that gut shot. Really targeting a lot of ace high hands. Does river the 6. And that's probably a good card for Neck in the sense that it's not going to be one that they're going to be wanting to bluff, right? They think 6 is, you know, the best hand enough of the time. Going to expect to see a check fairly frequently. And it's going to be hard to expect Dinge to have many bluffs here. So I think this is better than, say, the river being a, you know, jack or a 9, where Neck would decide, you know what, I'm going to go for 3 barrels here.
I like this question here from Sheety, who asks, wasn't NASA on last night's final table as well? You're part right, you're part wrong. Yes, they were on last night's final tables. Plural. Multiple final tables for NASA yesterday. A win and a runner-up. So whatever you're thinking, yeah, it's ridiculous.
And flopping queens and 6s on this flop.
Yeah, just the classic queen 6 off, top 2 pair. And actually a hand we're going to expect to see Gogak Sniper definitely continuing with. We saw Gogak Sniper calling twice with queen high in this situation. You know, with ace high, going to want to see a turn.
Bet the 4,000 ends the hand on the turn. Nazar still chip leader with 7.8 million. The shortest stack right now is Deuce of Duck, but is not a short stack. Seen significant consolidation since those first 3 early eliminations, and now we go blind v blind to the flop, and it's king high.
Is it just me or is how someone had king 10 every single hand in this final table?
I think there's been a lot of king 10s.
King 10 is hot tonight. King 10 is the hand to play. Deuces open to 206,000.
No shot of flopping a set. But Naza doesn't need a set.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
Naza.
Naza is going to want to bet this. You hate to have to do it, but you got to bet out hands like those 6-3s and 7-6. Ace highs, you know, ace 5 is going to fold that flop. So nice. I think he's really happy with that result.
Neck opening here with ace deuce.
Binge drinker. I just got it.
Wait, what?
It's a malapropism, right? It should be binge drinker, but it's dinge brinker.
I'm pretty sure this guy's just always on the brink of dinge.
Possibly.
He's constantly on the edge of that dinging.
As someone who stays pretty close to the edge of dinge, I think I can recognize my own. Sometimes I'm knee deep in dinge.
Actually, didn't you go to Dingicon with this guy?
I did. Well, not with him, but we were there together.
Yeah, obviously.
So dusty.
Brand new Brad says, y'all need Jesus. I don't think Chris Ferguson played this event. I agree it would make it an interesting final table. Bit of a controversial character in the poker world in recent years. It would be interesting to see what we said in the chat box.
Probably not much knowing Jesus.
Dinge Brinker with jacks. Opens to 220,000. Ace 8 for Deuce of Duck.
Don't do it, Deucey Ducko.
He did it.
Tell you what, he's nothing if not consistent. If there's a hand he wants to play, he makes it that size. We're going to see a shove. We're going to see a little 1.4. See the shove.
I see a shove. And a fold.
Okay, this, listen, I mean, it's a lot of chips, guys, but there is an outside chance that we see 100 big blind pot all in pre-flop between Naza and Go.
No, come on.
I'm telling you, these people in late position, when they get 3-bet and they're sitting
what are those
pairs,
chances
they will
now?
shove big amounts. Well, he decided to flat, which was, I'm just saying. We've seen some exciting late position, high stakes, small pair,
It is odd that there wasn't a re-raise.
Yeah.
But I just love it when these people trap pre-flop with ace king and it works. Like, how do you just hit a king or an ace every time? Just like under-rep your hand, like, boop, there you go, top pair, top kicker. Easy, so easy.
Naza going with the stern sizing on the flop. I think that has a lot to do, even though we've talked about sort of small blind flats can often be on this texture. think he went for a bigger size, maybe targeting those pocket pairs that are better than deuces that might fold to a big size. But I don't think the Nasa is going to be betting here. And he would be wise not to, given the hand of Gogak Sniper. And now Nasa, little consideration, does have a diamond in his hand. Gogak Sniper, he doesn't put his range as high as Ace King, expects a lot of, Ace 10s, Queen Jacks, which might fold to a really big bet, but Nasa does let it go with the check.
And the blinds are now up.
Worst amount of showdown value.
We're now at 60, 120,000. We've got King, Queen of Strawberries opening on the button, flattered by Dingebrinker with Queen 10. And it is domination rotation with a 10 on the flop. Gogak Sniper continues with the gut shot straight draw.
What's the first letter in the word justice?
J.
And here it comes. Justice on the river.
Oh.
Please let this happen. It'd be so cool. All right. All right. Custis.
Okay.
Custis on the river.
It's the same result.
Yeah, Custis. I'm in. It's right next to, it was a typo. It's right next to J.
Oh gosh, that's a trigger. You're reminding me when Kiki wrote her name on my keyboard.
Oh, Griffin. Well, value bet from Gogak Sniper on the river. 336,000, roughly 1/3 pot.
Someone writes in the chat, the Custis League, Snyder cut, but he didn't spell cut with a K. I think that would have been really, I'm just, polish your joke a little bit. Yeah.
I was thinking that Dingebrinker was considering calling with third pair. Instead, check raises the river and yes, takes Gogak Sniper off the best hand.
Wow. Yep, the blocker to the Queen Jack just goes for it. This is my favorite thing about these big high stakes final tables is spots where players find themselves in a situation where all three of us and the thousands that are watching thinking, okay, is he going to call?
Yeah.
Is he going to fold? And then suddenly it's just like, you hear that beautiful chip sound. It's like, it's like, whoa, didn't expect that.
I never want to hear that chip sound when I'm playing.
3-bet by Mikansonis. Who is holding on to the slight chip lead right now. It's very close between Mikansonis, Nasa, and Dingebrinker. Ace Queen now for Gogak Sniper.
For some reason, after we watched Justice League last weekend, I convinced my girlfriend we should watch The Rundown, in which I'm reminded of, why does everybody always choose option C?
That's a great movie, if memory serves.
Really good. The Rock's first real
Yeah, that was the one where I realized he was a movie star, I think.
I don't think I've seen
the Scorpion King technically was first, but it was like an hour and 10 minutes long.
No, I never watched that. Yeah, it's a movie with Sean William Scott and The Rock play like a, duo.
It's like a Midnight Run type of thing.
Isn't that called Welcome to the Jungle?
It probably was in the UK called Welcome to the Jungle, but in America it was called The Rundown.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize it had two titles.
Was it really called?
Yeah, it's got that. The reason we start watching is it has an amazing opening scene where Schwarzenegger passes him in the club and says, "Good luck," and it's very clear he's like handing the torch over to The Rock to be the next action star.
There's a Welcome to the Jungle with Jean-Claude Van Damme and Adam Brody, and freaking president from 24. So maybe you're thinking of that. Oh no, Welcome to the Jungle, you're right.
David Palmer.
AKA The Rundown. But there's also Welcome to the Jungle with Jean-Claude Van Damme, which I am going to be watching tonight.
Meanwhile, we are on break in SCOOP-48 High, the 5K midweek freeze. And we are going across to the PLO rebuy event. Rebuy.
Wow. Well, we gotta know. We gotta find out how many bullets is everybody in for if it's rebuys.
Well, this is the problem. It doesn't keep track of that, unfortunately. You can only spot re-entries, not rebuys. I can tell you that at this point in time, 12 players remain, so we are close to the final table, and we have got Ola Shemian, who already has 4 Scoop titles, 2 of them in PLO, plays as Wizzo online, and is going to flop here against Vovo Leo.
You told me that I'm asking for how many rebuys there have been, and I'm left here holding my chorizo 72, holding nothing but my chorizo.
And Vovo Leo, fun little bluff here on King Jack Jack. Why not? Joe, this Groose hand right here, is this a straight?
Not yet.
No,
You can only use 2 cards, buddy.
Is that how Omaha works?
Look at this, a beautiful high-low hand for Wizzo. This is the longest I've watched Omaha without seeing an all-in.
Okay, holdings. Another player we should highlight at this table is Fresh OOD. That is Jens Leckermeyer. Another Scoop winner, and Jens's Scoop title is in Raz.
I believe that's the Welcome to the Jungle also has a title in Raz-E. The Van Damme version.
So we see a flop, 6-3-3, and ace high, still the best hand?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Such a small price, you have to wonder maybe Wizzo might want to take one off here with that gut shot, but this isn't Hold'em, so paired boards can get very, very tricky. Is going to continue.
And we're still in a situation where ace high leads. Shemian does have a straight draw.
It's not a very good one, though.
Fresh OOD really continuing the story here. Wizzo now with a wrap. Oh, but doesn't get there. And look how few chips he has left. And now Wizzo with nothing, 9 high, might want to rep that 3.
Okay, moves all in. It's not a huge bet compared to the pot Griffin. And I mean, Fresh OD only has a pair of aces.
Yeah, you know, Wizzo can have any 3 here be winning. Could easily have 6s full. You know, would obviously just call on the flop in the turn. 10-10 is also a possibility. But, you know, I mean, Fresh OD kind of has to put him on, you know, a floated wrap, and does. Wow. Got him, boys.
Makes the correct call and eliminates Ola Shemian from 47 high, the $530 PLO rebuy. So they're down to 11 in that event. Meanwhile, we have 6 players remaining at the final table of event 48 high, the $5,000 buy-in midweek freeze. Close at the top right now between Dominicus Michaelitis and Dinge Brinker. No short stacks, 48 big blind average. Joe's going to take a break. Griffin and I are going to call the action through this next session. And yes, we have João Vieira at another final table, won the 25K Super High Roller last night, came second in the 2K version of that same event, and is now back for more.
Back to Hold'em.
Where did all the cards go, Griffin?
We had to get rid of half of them.
Well, it's jacks and fives for Gogak Sniper here. $120,000
again, another situation where the big blind checks back a decent-sized ace and feels compelled to continue on pretty much any texture, expecting that, you know, a turned ace will give the best hand. And again, the opponent limping with the weak single Broadway hand. We saw Queen 6 with Naza, now Jack 5 here for Gogak Sniper. 2 pair on the flop.
Yeah, meanwhile, Neck has paired their 8 on the turn, but still folds this bet. And on to the next hand, and it's jacks for deuce of duck.
No bueno there.
Well, jack's still good on a 10-10-8 flop.
Pretty loose defend here with the king 6. But Dinge wants to see a flop.
Ace 9 now, opens to 240,000. Round to the blinds.
Yeah, just under 30 big blinds effective here. I think we've seen, you know, small pocket bears be used as limp shoves for anything under sort of 25 to 30 big blinds. But of course, Deuce-O Ducko with just the deuce 3 is going to check it back. Not like that flop. Sam is watching, Neck.
You fold this, bruv. Deuce of duck, however, with ace jack of clubs.
Deliberating here between their options. Goes for the 28 big blind shove.
And the Grafton rule is not in effect during scoop, so it was not compulsory for Neck to call that all in with 10-9 suited. Sonus raising with king queen, ace queen for João Vieira.
And already a quite an interesting dynamic between Naza and Sonus, really jockeying for table captain, especially within the last half an hour. We've seen some 3-bets by ace queens. We've seen some 3-bets from 9-5 suiteds. We've seen some defends from king 10. So I like Naza playing this as a flat. You keep the dominated hands in there. You don't, you know, find yourself in a situation where you might get 4-bet light and then not know whether you're supposed to 5-bet shove or whatever. So I really like this flat here from Naza, keeping the dominated hands in, and that's exactly what Sonus has here with king queen.
Well, ace high, still the best hand. And the best flush draw. Sonus bets.
Ace queen, ace of hearts. Certainly Naza very happy to continue. I think he would prefer if Mikansonis had chosen a smaller sizing just so the pot doesn't get too out of control. I mean, we already see a 1.7 million chip pot here with just ace high, but Naz is in the zone, so maybe it doesn't bother him at all. Maybe he sees it as weak and is willing to go to the felt here.
And we talk about players being in the danger zone. He is in the Nazar zone. And no change on the river, Griffin. So Nazar has a lock on this. 1.67 million in the middle.
And yeah, someone actually just brought this up. Quite interesting to see Gogak Sniper fold for a single chip in the big blind with 9-7 suited. Would have made the best hand here. Very curious. We saw him earlier, or them, pardon me, make an incredible two-street call with just queen high, but not willing to throw in the one chip with the 9-7 suited. Very interesting.
Doesn't want to play through the streets against Nazar. Sandwiched between João Vieira and Mikansonis. Well, Vieira back in action, has retaken the chip lead, by the way, and opening on the button with ace-jack, gets called by king 3. Top pair versus second pair.
This is kind of how you draw it up when you raise the button with an ace. Comes ace-king high, and your opponent has the king. Should be able to get at least one, and maybe more streets. If you're defending with king 3 in the big blind, you have to be willing to get sticky on certain runouts. And flopping a king is certainly one of those runouts you need to consider sticking around for. I will set the over-under at 650,000. Oh, didn't get a chance.
I take the over. 753,300. And Nazar wins another pot, closing in on the 8 million mark, putting some distance between himself and the rest of this final table. 6 players remaining in the 5K midweek freeze, competing for a first prize of more than $157,000. And we've got King Jack versus King 9, blind v blind. Well, it's still King Jack with the advantage.
Yeah, no real reason for either player to start betting here. You're going to think your king highs as Dingebrinker gets lucky on the river. You're going to think your king highs are good.
Rotation.
Enough of the time here to just be checking. But now, Neck is going to be in a bit of a tricky spot because Dingebrinker, once they bet here, they're pretty much only representing a rivered 9. A 4 probably would have bet on the flop or the turn. A deuce probably we're going to bet on the flop on the turn some of the time, and a 10 certainly by the turn. So good fold from Neck. Doesn't believe it's a pure bluff, and it wasn't.
Again, another blind v blind situation. It's Dingebrinker with 7 deuce suited against Mikansonis with ace-8 of clubs. Mikansonis started this final table as chip leader. Dominykas Mikulaitis playing from Lithuania and raises to 420,000. Another raise from João Vieira, another decent starting hand, pocket 9s.
Fair fight against King Queen in that they both have similar valued weapon, but Naza certainly a more dangerous assassin, but not on that flop.
No, outflopped. Top pair for deuce of duck. $180K. Check
and that's
raised.
Extremely annoying for Naza. You know, you want to play these kind of boards as a small bet because you want to get calls from 8s and 4s and, you know, even gut shots like 6-7, but you kind of have to defend against the check raise because, you know, deuce of duck here representing such a thin sort of value range, really strong kings, and he can't have ace king really or with a 3-bet pre, pocket 8s, pocket 4s. And then the bluffs include, you know, hands like 6-7, diamond combinations. So you need to defend it with a hand like pocket 9s. Naz is going to be thrilled to see that check. And I think we should maybe expect to see him check behind or maybe put out a very, very small sort of blocker bet. But Naz is still very, very behind in this hand.
Yeah. Oh, slight overkill.
Yeah, and a really bad card for Naza because it makes it less likely that deuce of duck has a king. There's less out there. You know, I think if deuce of duck bets big enough, anywhere in the realm of like 1.3 to like over 2 million, I think maybe Naza, you know, there's a chance he makes a big fold. Yeah. But anything under 1 million, I think Naza might have paid off. This might scream that he just has it here. I would say that deuce of duck has leaned towards playing a kind of linear style. When you see the kind of 3-bets he's been making, kind of, you know, great fold there from Naza. Really nice. You know, I think it looks a lot like exactly what deuce of duck had. Good job.
Gogak Sniper opening under the gun with ace-10. We've got 5-4 suited for Mikansonis. Ace-9 for deuce of duck. And now round 2, João Vieira in the big blind. Jack deuce of spades.
Yeah, I think if you give Naza almost any 2 suited cards of the way he's playing, he's going to want to see a flop.
Okay, well, he pairs his deuce. We can see Gogak Sniper, although being behind right now, has the statistical advantage and bets 180,000.
Yeah, I think you can expect Naza to continue with a pair to pretty much any board texture. This is one of the really bad ones, but you you plays it as a check raise. So cool. So interesting. Again, I love it when they surprise us with things like this, but it really jails hands like what Gogak Sniper has. How much heart does Naza have in this hand?
Yeah. Just very quickly, Silent Quartz asking if there are any Brazilian players at this final table. I mean, Brazil's having a phenomenal scoop, but not this event. We didn't start with any Brazilians at the final table, and we're now down to João Vieira, originally from Portugal, now playing from the Netherlands. We've got Dingebrinker in Estonia, Mikansonis in Lithuania. Should point out that Neck is another Lithuanian player. Deuce of Duck is also in the Netherlands, and Gogak Sniper is in Austria. And the board has bricked out for Gogak Sniper here.
So what's really interesting about this hand is that I think Naza waved the white flag a little bit on the turn because, and it wins the big pot, because he recognizes, you know, how sticky Gogak Sniper has been. You remember the queen high call on 2 streets. So Naza, I think playing that as a check raise, you know, you try to fold out hands that have equity like ace-10 with a 10 of diamonds. That is going to fold sometimes to the check raise on the flop, but sometimes you know, those hands are going to call, and you're actually end up getting value if your hand holds by the river. And so, you know, a situation where a lot of players, I think, would, you know, call once on the flop, maybe fold to a big bet on the turn. He plays it as a check raise, gets to the river, and wins a 2 million chip pot. So these are the little things that he's doing better than, you know, most anyone in the world right now. And it's super fun to watch here. And I'm sure for all the viewers at home.
King, queen, opening under the gun. Ace-8 suited. For Mikansonis, and it's a re-raise.
Nice. Love seeing under the gun to under the gun 1 battles because they're so rare to see. But sometimes when you get these 6-handed tables, you start to see some really creative early position attacks.
Attack! Jack 10 of diamonds opens. Folded around to Dingebrinker in the big. Calls with King 3 and flops top pair.
Yeah, and when you miss with a hand like 10 Jack suited completely, you like to see one of your suits and a king high board out there. Very hard for your opponent to continue with some of the hands that are beating you that aren't a king. And you can turn a card like that. And I think Mikansonis is going to probably want to blast that card to target those 8 X's that can't really continue. Of course, Dingebrinker does have the king, so we could end up seeing a pretty sizable pot north of 2 million going to this river, depending on what Mikansonis chooses, and 780,000 is the price. Boom.
That's big. And the board bricks out for Mikansonis. Dingebrinker's King 3, still good. And Mikansonis. Semi-bluff turn. Will we see a pure bluff on the river, Griffin? Nope.
Yeah, I think that's a good check back. You know, your perception of the hand starts to change based on how willing your opponent is willing to stick in the hand, right? With that turn call, you know, he's like, okay, well, with that flop call, first of all, he's thinking, okay, he has, you know, a king and 8 or maybe ace high.
Yeah.
When the turn comes a queen, if he's willing to call 80%, it's way less likely to be an 8 and way more likely to be a king. Do I think my opponent's going to fold a king on the river? Maybe, but I'll probably have to bet all in. So I'm just going to give this one up.
Okay, it's these two again. King 6 completes in the small. King Queen raises from the big. Gets called. Well, King Queen high is still good.
Loving the people on Twitch just realizing that they are not watching a replay. T-Tau remarks, wait, Naza 14-1-14 again? Insane. How did it go for Naza on both tables yesterday? Anyone know?
I mean, just to be clear, I think it's an amazing accomplishment, and I absolutely agree. It's absurd. Back-to-back final tables. Can I just point out the number of times we've seen Simon Matson see Darwin 2 at final tables during Scoop? I mean, he almost has a seat reserved for him at the final table of every big buy-in event.
Yeah, but is he flexing, James?
No, he's not flexing. That's. He's an old man. Check to showdown. King Queen takes the pot.
Interesting question about that Jack 10 hand from all those chickens. But if you're not bluffing Jack 10 suited there, what are you bluffing? Yeah, I mean, I think you are going to want to bluff with Jack 10 suited there sometimes. You know, it depends on the situation and the opponent. I mean, does your opponent seem like the kind of guy that is going to have a king there and then be scared and fold the river, or is this in a 5K where someone's willing to defend king 3 off from your under the gun raise and then really be wise to what's going on? So I think that's what's going on here, as Dingebrinker now gets rewarded for his strong play with 2 aces on the button.
Aces go to waste.
Wastes.
Ace Jack suited opens here.
Gogak Sniper didn't want to be the third one in with 9-7 suited. Ace deuce off though. What's it gonna be? A 3-bet.
Okay.
I actually quite like this play in this particular hand selection. You have a blocker. Sonis has been playing quite aggressively. Deuce of Duck, been playing pretty linear with his 3-bets. But you just happen to be running into a better hand here. But Sonis not going to want to just get in the 40-ish so big blinds, just going to call, and it's a pretty good flop for ace deuce with the ace of hearts.
Yeah. And Gogak Sniper decides to lead pretty small, 240,000.
I think it's a pretty cool bet. You know, when your opponent has a hand like ace jack suited. And what do? You fold for the 10% bet. You think you're getting value owned by kings with the king of hearts. So, even the guys we don't know about are just playing absolute blade on this final table. It's fun to watch.
As raises the button with king 9 of clubs. Neck has ace 4 in the big blind. This Lithuanian player earned their seat in this $5,000 buy-in event via a $109 buy-in satellite. Deuce of Duck did the same. Re-raises to 864,000.
And 3-betting out of position here with a raggy ace against another player full of so much confidence, more than any right now, Naza, but deciding to let it go. It's a tough hand to continue with. I think if Naza had king jack suited, he might continue, but king 9 is perhaps a bit too loose. Neck hasn't really gone after him, so probably thinking Neck had it more often than not there.
Queen 10 on the button. Makes it 240,000. And Sonis defending with ace 4. Hits top pair on the flop. $220 into 630.
Harris_5 says, in capital letters, Naza on every FT, WTF, triple question mark.
When you say every FT, that's 3 final tables. Granted, within a 24-hour period. I'm, again, not saying it's not impressive. There are 306 tournaments. 306 tournaments during Scoop.
Oh, wow. I like this little Griffin Benger trivia here. Two Bling for All says, I remember that Griffin can say sorry over making a suck out. Played Unibet Open in Malta where Griffin 8-7 from BB to my open. Griffin shoved, snap call, huge pot, and he gets there and apologized. Wow. I have it in me, James.
Glad to hear it. Well, Sonis checks the river and queen high no good here.
I think it's just the ace jack king queen metaphor I was or example, pardon me, I had a problem with. King queen's a great hand. And so is ace 4 on ace high, defending against a button open. However, oh, I don't think that's going to do it.
No,
Especially
quick call.
when-
And that's going to see Mikansonis reclaim the chip lead. Again, very close between Mikansonis, NASA114, and Dingebrinker as the blinds go up to 75,000, 150,000. And interestingly, we've now played for an entire hour without a single elimination, Griffin. We had those 3 bust outs, all within a very short period of time at the start of this final table. We have now been 6-handed for more than an hour.
Yeah, and an interesting blind level we're getting to here, the 150K that is going to drop neck to under 20 big blinds. Dude, just when I was saying that Deuce was playing his 3-bets quite linear, finds the 3-bet from the big blind with king 5. And I'm glad that we're starting to see some of these weak big blind 3-bets because it's something that I've been talking about as an example of what people can have when they've woken up with kings and aces. We see now the kind of hands people are attacking, you know, ace deuce off, ace 4 off, king 5 off, 9-5 suited just on this FT alone. So, but oh, wise to it, the sniper. Oh, come on, get real. Awesome stuff from the Gogakian one.
Don't mess with the Gogakians.
No, you don't mess with the Gogakians. Not when they have Jack 9 suited. Of hearts, forget about it.
Neck opening with ace 9. It's 10-8 of hearts for deuce of duck. A7 opens on the button. A defend from king 6, but it's an ace high flop. This is all deuce.
Gogak with the running shoes. The kicks. Calls on the flop, turns the club.
Picks up the flush draw.
Deuce of duck should feel pretty comfortable with ace7 here. Might want to get a little more value from those spade draws and those queen X's. We can see, of course, Gogak Sniper actually floated the flop with just king high. And having turned the club draw, you would expect Gogak would be willing to continue here. To such a stern bet, though, you know, it's a bit tough. The pot's going to get so big. I mean, we're looking at a 2.6 million chip pot. 2.5 on the river here if he calls, and only 2 million left. So, and goes for the shove instead. I was going to say.
Shoves on deuce of duck. So all into call, Griffin, with top pair, not the best kicker in the world.
I think you do have to call, James, because, you know, your spade draws on the flop could have acquired more equity here. Let's just say you have Jack 8 of spades. You don't want to just call here, or Jack 10 of spades, or, you know, Jack 10 of clubs. So the fact that he has king 6 of clubs, it's one of, you know, the best flush draws for him to have, them to have against deuce here. But it is tough because it kind of looks like ace7 isn't that great. You know, your intention betting here is to get value from the queen and weaker ace. Of course. And flush draw is not expecting to see an actual shove. So, whew.
Well, eating into their time bank and makes the call.
Nice call.
And it holds. In fact, we get Barry Greenstein to give deuce of duck trip aces, and now they have 6.5 million as Gogak Sniper drops down to 3.2 million. Next, still the shortest stack at the table with just shy of 3 million.
Yeah, just not enough value hands that is beating ace7 there. You can't really put out 800K and then fold for 2 million more. What do you have to lose here? There's going to be so many draws Gogak Sniper's going to have, thanks to one of the people on Twitch saying that, you know, queen 9 is pretty much the only value hand he's really repping there. So, yeah, I think you need to call there and hope to hold.
Well, deuce is still ahead here. Straight draw for Mikansonis.
Point of clarification, Deuce of Ducko has come out and said he didn't qualify via satellite and not called the Deuce of Duck. We've been called out, James. So let's call him the Deuce of Duck Zero. What do you want us to work with here? We're doing what we can.
The Duck of Death. King 8 versus Ace 10. Top pair for the Duck.
And Deuce of Ducko says, let's go with Duck of Death.
Love a good Unforgiven reference. Clint Eastwood.
Oh, I saw that movie for the first time a couple years ago. So awesome. Yeah.
Oh, Deuces versus Ace King.
I know you never believe me, James, but one of these days, 40 big blinds are going to go in pre-flop between Deuces and Ace King late position. I don't think they will this time. There's way too many, obviously, because there's way too many chips and shorter stacks. So we're going to see a fair fight to the flop.
It would be funny, though, and completely unnecessary if all the chips went in.
It would be. It would be.
Well, Mikansonis, huge favorite here on this flop.
Gretzky's on the button.
Dinge Brinker raises to 330,000. And Jack 4 folded in the big. Next hand. And apologies to the Duck for the hashtag fake fact. Actually, it was event 45 high that the Duck satellited into, not 48 high that we are watching right now.
Everyone makes mistakes. Had some fun blind on blind hands here between NASA and Gogak. This one has a little potential, both with a piece on this flop. So expect to see a turn card with a little more money in the pot. NASA shouldn't be at all worried about that ace on the turn. Most of the aces that Gogak would have pre-flop would have been heard from. So NASA, I think, going to be wanting to bet pretty big here, targeting that 10x to try to get some value. But with just a deuce, Gogak Sniper lets it go.
Obviously, Griffin, they're playing hands, and I'm seeing post-flop play, but every time I look at the stacks, nothing really seems to have changed.
But the blinds have gone up, and these players have been willing to go to war. We've seen some, 4-bet all-in with Jack-9 suited. I mean, when was the last time we saw something like that? A float with King-High, a check-raise all-in with just a flush draw. I've been really impressed with how much Gogak has been willing to go for it. All the battles between Mikansonis and NASA, the battles between Dinge Brinker and Mikansonis, it's been great.
Well, somehow fours are still good here.
A nice little 30% sort of block there. Don't want to give a free card.
Mikansonis back in command. Chip leader once again with just over 8 million. Rounds a Gogak Sniper, who is the shortest stack at this six-handed final table, has ace-king on the button, opens to 300,000. What does Dingebrinker want to do with Queen-Jack? Flats. $195,000. Just queen high for Dingebrinker. Oh, decides to bluff and check raise to 600,000. Gogak Sniper calls, and now we get a heart on the turn. So it's king high flush draw versus queen high flush draw, plus Gogak Sniper has the wheel draw to boot.
But how are you feeling when you're facing a shove here?
Ooh.
And with that small bet, quite obnoxious. Gogak Sniper. Don't think was folding to the shove on the turn here. Too much equity as the bottom stack, but
I love the fact that you just
annoying.
described this bet of 465,000 as obnoxious, and there is the heart on the river, flush over flush sickness, and look, Gogak Sniper's only got 1.35 million behind. They're going to get the full double up here.
you have to imagine with just a stack to pot ratio of about 45%.
Yeah. Let it rip.
Tell you what, though, Dingebrinker isn't thrilled by the fact if the money does go in here, won't feel super bluffy. You know, you have to imagine a lot of hands like, yeah, and the quick call.
So Gogak Sniper gets the full double up, now playing 5.6 million. Dingebrinker drops down to just shy of 4.3 million. And still 6 players remaining in this 5K midweek freeze. Scoop event 48, the high buy-in version. Playing down to a winner tonight. Cards up action all the way. King 10 versus King 9. Dingebrinker completes. Mikansonis checking his option. Domination rotation in favor of Lithuania. And a bet of 150,000.
Going to be pretty comfortable check calling a hand like King 10 here. Going to be good some of the time with some of those straight draws betting. You can turn a king or a 10, usually be good. And it can turn jacks and queens for straight draws, which is exactly what's happened here for Dingebrinker.
Yeah. Dingebrinker picking up the straight draw now, facing a bet of 615,000, pretty big from Mikansonis.
Yeah, another situation where you're kind of floating on the flop to turn some equity. You do, and then the guy says like, okay, well, how about this many chips? Ooh. Oh, boy. Ugh.
1.9 million in the middle. Dingebrinker rivers a king, which we can see is no good against the 2 pair of Mikansonis.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem. I mean, Dingebrinker sitting there and being like, what kind of value hand can this guy really have? Did I just, you know, does he just have deuce 5, 9 deuce, 9 5, queen 9? Like betting this amount. And Dingebrinker sitting there
goes.
Like, wait a minute. Ugh.
Nearly full pot, Griffin, 1.77 million.
Yeah.
And Dingebrinker rivering top pair. Oh, calls. Well, that escalated quickly.
Oh no.
And Dinge Brinker loses 2 big pots in a row and now becomes the shorty. Around 10 big blinds.
And effectively shoves here for about 11 or 12 bigs. Ace deuce kind of sucks as a hand, but sometimes you're going to want to call sort of late position all-ins, but decides, you know what, I'm not going to risk the 1.67 million, and I don't blame him.
Ace deuce wins it. Cruel Tech asks, where is Joe? He is on break, but he will be back soon. In fact, Joe, you might want to make your way back to the commentary booth because we've got 15 minutes until the break. Nines have opened here. Ace Jack folds. Ace 10.
Not a great spot for ace 10 here. I think the 20 big blind stack is going to be pretty strong, deciding to raise under the gun here because of Dinge Brinker stack. I think ace 10 will fall into that sort of like tight fold, only call sort of range. You don't really want to be 3-bet getting in or anything like that. So deuce does elect to go for the let's C3 angle and gets out flopped here by neck.
What the deuce?
What the deuce?
Nine's still good.
I actually always bring up Stewie whenever someone asks me if I have any tattoos, and I say I don't have any tattoos because I think about the tattoo that I would have gotten when I was 18, and it would have been of Stewie, and I just don't think it would have aged particularly well. Because I was like a super fan of Family Guy, and like it's in there now. It's in season 30 or 40, and
my God.
I don't know anyone that watches it anymore. And it's just like, oh, like imagine if that was just like,
you had a
on my
moment
inner
of clarity,
thigh.
Griffin. Jeez.
Yeah, I just think the things you're into today, might not be, unless it's like family or I'm not like, I'm not tattoo shaming over here, but.
Well, Nine's value bet the river and the duck of death. Our friend Deuce just has ace high.
And I will try to help you, deuce of deck, but you're in the future or in the past. He's typing in the chat on Twitch. He's in the future. This is in the past. Wait, he's in the present. This is the past. You've already done this. You've already made this bad call or good fold. It's too late, man.
I'm so glad after the better part of a year, Griffin's finally figured out how the delay works. And time bank ticking down. And that is a hero call, and it is wrong.
What are you going to do?
We'll see.
You can't win them all. Unless you're NASA. Well, what do you mean by all, Griffin? I mean, he's been on 3 final table. This is my James
as someone who claims to be half British, that is a terrible accent, Benja.
You sound like you're from London.
Dick Van Dyke called. He wants his accent back.
Gogak Sniper with the suited Kojak. Going to be happy to call on the button here a good percentage of the time. But Dinge Brinker in the big blind, and going to be very curious to see when Dinge puts the rest of his chips in here. Certainly we'll get a fold from Mick and Sonus, but Gogak right on the line there for about 13, 14 big blinds. You probably call King Queen suited with a big old sigh. Probably call ace jack suited with similar side, but king jack suited, I mean, it's such a strong shove spot with little to no fold equity. You know, king jack is calling. If you're calling here, you're hoping to be up against the ace queens and the tens, dominated so often. I think Gogak will find a very disciplined fold and does find it.
The Ducks got snowmen's.
Nom 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 nom.
Nom nom.
Makes it 300,000.
Nom 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 nom.
Mikansonis with ace-3 of clubs in the big. And we get a king 5-4 flop. So it is the wheel draw and the nut flush draw for Mikansonis, who has the statistical advantage. Strictly speaking, 8's still the best hand right now.
Now this is an action flop. Now, is Mikansonis going to be inclined to play it super aggressively? I don't see why not. Put some pressure on the number 3 stack when there's all those other stacks that are in that 20, sort of 17 to 35 big blind range. You're going to put a hand like pocket eights in a world of trouble. But does get
Always
sticky, and that's the problem.
Ace on the desk.
Yeah. You know, even if you do, you know, it's just so tough to continue here. And now you certainly don't blame Mr. Duck Death for calling the flop, but now with that ace.
And yes, you are correct, Swain. He had a straight draw and hit a pair. Write it down as another example to add to the long list we've seen so far. And 8's betting again.
Yeah, I think this is a design of, okay, you know what? Maybe he had a king in the same way that I check raised a king against Naza the other hand. Maybe I can start repping that I have better than a king now that the ace is out there. Maybe he's block betting against those flush draws that'll call against this price and he can just check back the river when they don't hit. So a lot of things I'm sure going through deuce of Dokage head. All confused about his name now.
And a queen on the river. So Mikansonis with top pair has the best hand. And I hate to do this to you, Kevin Jackson, but strictly speaking, it was a straight draw and a flush draw, not a straight flush draw.
Okay. Hear me out. You're the chip leader on this final table. You elect to check raise the wheel and nut flush draw. You turn the ace and check call, and the river's a queen. How are you really feeling with ace 3? And that the reality is yeah, like this money is going to go in the middle here from deuce of death, duck, whatever.
Wow.
Because he has the stronger range. He thinks he's getting check raise on the flop by hands like king, queen, maybe even hands like ace deuce and ace 3 of clubs, ace 6 of clubs. But you're sitting there with just an ace facing this under the gun open, all these bets, calling raises. This is an incredibly difficult call. I mean, what pure bluff can you put deuce on here other than a hand like, you know, eights through queens that are turning into eights through jacks that are turning into a bluff? It's tough, James. It's tough.
Well, if he makes this call, deuce is eliminated. But I hear you. Very, very hard to make this call.
I mean, jack 9 of clubs
on the river.
6, 7 of clubs, 7, 8 of clubs. Nice bluff. Yeah,
Let's
baby.
Go. The Duck of Death now second on the leaderboard with a stack of 7.2 million.
And this is why we watch. This is why we make this broadcast for you. Such a beautiful hand.
The hand's nice. Not so sure about the jingle. Kings for Dinge Brinker. 315,000.
We'll workshop it, James.
It felt like you were advertising some sofa warehouse. One of those places where they always have a 50% off sale.
Yeah. especially nowadays. Nice flop here for Dingebrinker. You know, even if you're sitting there on the ace-high board, simply because you'd expect a lot of aces to be shoving on you pre, so going to get some value from this 5. And maybe my favorite question of the day, James, from Just There for Poker. Why would you fold the winning hand on the river? It's just so. I mean, look, it's just so pure. It's such a good. I love this question so much.
You can't fault it, right?
Because
you can't.
There's a simplicity to it, but it's just. You're right. I mean, it's just you shouldn't do it. It's hard to.
Yeah. Well, Kings win a huge pot there, by the way, and Dingebrinker now back up to 3.8 million. I think the crucial element here is they don't know it's the winning hand.
They don't know the cards. They can't see them until 30 minutes later, where all of you see them.
Well, 10s for Gogak Sniper opens to 315,000. Flatted by Mikansonis with Queen Jack.
Come on,
suited.
call.
The
call.
The duck.
4 ways.
Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Let's go. I want the duck in there. I want Naza. Oh, come on, Naza. Would have been fun. 1 blind.
Oh, wow. Mikansonis flops it. And Gogak Sniper does have a flush draw of their own.
But James, how tilted is Mikansonis going to be when he finds out 30 minutes from now that he didn't have a straight flush draw? It was impossible to get.
Yeah. Disappointing, but not unexpected.
Yeah, but not unexpected. What Bond reference is that? It's got to be a Bond reference.
It wasn't Bond. It was a fish called Wanda.
Oh, nice. I watched that for the first time this past year. Pretty good. Pretty good.
600,000 from Mikansonis with the flush. Gogak Sniper with a pair of 10s, straight draw, which is no good. Flush draw, also no good. I'm just going to press this button. Largely irrelevant, but... And Mikansonis, despite the paired board, can go for value here. 2.4 in the middle.
I'm loving this little piece of trivia from Kyle Gordston on Twitch. There's a comedy festival called Paley Fest, named after the guy who died laughing from a fish called Wanda. What a legend. R.I.P. That's great.
Well, Mikansonis has gone big on the river, 1.9 into 2.4. And this would be another hero fail if we see 10s make this call. And seriously thinking about it.
I mean, Gogak Sniper has definitely trusted his reads. But this is one that's going to be tough. I mean, what kind of pure bluffs can you put Mikansonis on here? Maybe something like King-Queen with a spade? A lot of the hands that Mikansonis is going to be flatting pre-flop are suited.
Oh, another one.
And
the blinds are up to 100,000, 200,000, and that's going to put the pressure on Gogak Sniper, who's now left with a 10 big blind stack. In fact, Griffin, it's worth pointing out that's putting the pressure on everyone, right? Because the stacks are now getting shallower, with the exception of Mikansonus, who's now got this very strong chip lead.
Yeah, very, very big as we go on a biddy break.
Yeah, and we played through that entire session without losing a single player. Still six-handed in 48H. We're going to go across the arena now to event 48M. This is the $530 version of the midweek freeze. Not quite at the final table, final three tables. 27 players remaining as we join the action from a starting field of 924. And we've chosen this as our feature table from this event because it has Connor Beresford, a player with 3 scoop titles, who we saw come 7th in last night's 25K Super High Roller. That's the event that Javier won.
Stop talking, James. Your beautiful voice, all very informative, but come on. 5 deuce of diamonds. Where's Joe? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a flop.
Wild Ace Hun with the overpair might lose more on this. He's going for the 7-card straight, Griffin, and I, for one, am excited.
Because the 7-card straight, are you going to do the 7 animation again?
Wow.
Just
preemptive.
7 comes out. Oh my god. It's always coming 7.
So Wild Ace Hun was the pre-flop aggressor. Connor has led all 3 streets. Got called on the flop, got called on the turn.
Yeah, really only beating now some pure bluffs and then diamond draws. So not enough of those. A lot of 5s in Connor's range. So quite unlucky in a sense once Connor did flop the straight for that 7 to come out. But he should have seen it coming because the 7 is always coming.
Reference that Connor's won 3 scoops. Wild Ace Hun, who was his opponent in that last hand, also has a scoop win. Took down the 1K version of the main event in 2018 for $783,000. So Connor completed in the small to 2x. Makes it 100K.
Yeah, I'm not... Oh, my goodness. I was going to say I'm not thrilled by Tatuk's sizing here. I think if you want to raise such a bad hand from the big blind, you should probably not give such a good price to a hand like Jack 7. I think if you go into the 140-ish range there, you're going to get those folds. But somehow making Doyle proud, flopping bottom 2 against the top pair. And I'm telling you right now, James, pardon me, is that this is going in. Only 15 big blinds to start the hand. Connor's going to feel very comfortable playing for everything.
Good old Texas Dolly. And that is going to be a double up. And Connor Beresford loses half of his stack there. We see Ace-Jack offsuit open from Adrian. And now Connor with Ace-Jack suited in spades on the button.
What's that reference? Is that like Goonies or something?
Oh, come on, Griffin. Best picture winner from 1976. The Italian Stallion.
The movie's called The Italian Stallion? I've never heard of it. Oh, Rocky. My bad. That's embarrassing. I should have thought about it more instead of giving up and throwing in the damn towel.
Good boxing metaphor, Griffin.
I mean,
Gets
it's a direct
fold.
quote for Rocky from Rocky 5. Rocky 2. Rocky 5? Rocky 5.
Connor back up over $1 million, but we're going back to the final table of the high version of event 48. It's the $5,000 midweek freeze. We have got Dominicus Mikulaitis back in control, chip leader with 63 bigs. Gogak Sniper is short with just 9 bigs. 29 big blind average. I think we're going to see some bust outs in the next 55 minutes, but I won't see them because I'm going to hand things over to Joe Stapleton and Griffin Benja.
Hello, my babies. Welcome back. I can see there are a grand total of 0 eliminations during the last session. What were you guys doing?
We actually just
slapping each other with the hot mops.
Yeah, we
just chatted about a fish called Wanda for a while.
Yeah. Have we confirmed whether that guy made that up, that trivia about the festival? Because your reaction made me think
Bob Paley was like a pioneer in television. I don't think he died from watching the movie A Fish Called Wanda.
Oh, you know what? It wasn't A Fish Called Wanda. I haven't seen A Fish Called Wanda. I was confusing it with Birdcage. I should probably watch A Fish Called Wanda.
They're both animals in captivity, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
We've got an under the gun raise from Meekin Sonas, who will be played tonight by Kevin Klein. No, Dominikas Mikulaitis. And by the way, Dominikas Nika. It's public domain, Griffin. We can sing that all we want. It's an old nun song.
Please, everyone, welcome Disconnected to the table in the tank here.
How do you get that with no numbers? No weird elite speak inside.
This is like the what was the thing in Pokemon Red and Blue? Like the glitch Pokemon? It was like Nemo or something like that. There's gonna be some Pokemon nerds that be able to say.
I've never heard. I don't even know what Pokemon is.
No, it's coming. Watch, someone's gonna say it in the chat. So there was only 150 Pokemon in the original.
Confuse any of the fish Pokemon?
Missing no. There's my boy. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this. Look at the chat right now.
Missing number
Look at my
1.
homies. Look at my Pokemon homies. Come on now. Come on now. Now everyone, tell me your favorite original Pokemon. I want to know. Dingebrinkers kick Disconnected off the table.
Wow.
Getting the shove from the 9-7.
Yeah, chip leader, Meekin Sonas. It's cliche, but for a reason. Applying the pressure, as they say. And boy, I've not seen chat light up like this since that one time James made a mistake 4 years ago. And now it's Deuce of Duco's turn to get it all in and get a fold. Griffin, I got about $200 or $300 worth of Pokemon cards sitting unopened in my house right now. 7s for Deuce of Duco.
Oh yeah, you like opening them. You know, my buddy's actually like just gotten into opening baseball cards. I kind of want to get into this thing. Like, message him. This sounds fun.
It is fun, but it is not cheap.
Yeah.
Naza's 6s still no good. How creative is he gonna get? Not that creative yet, luckily. Deuce of Duco. Checking again.
Max the Mirage says, how do you get Pikachu onto a bus? Poke him on. Nice. Okay, I have a counter one for you.
How do you get Joe Stapleton onto a scale?
How do you get Pikachu? One second, let me mind. How do you get Pikachu onto a train? You choose him.
Some weird Simpsons Pokemon mashup there. It's just insane. Like James leaves the booth and it's like the caddy swim, like substitute teacher day. Everyone just running around, sitting in the wrong desks, lying about what class it is. No, this isn't science class. This is history class. What are you doing? I'm in the right room. You're in the wrong room, Mr. Stapleton.
Can you ban a commentator? You have no power here.
Beacon Sodas raising. I mean, I can't even get mad at you for not following the pokers. Nothing's happening.
I picked my timing well. King Jack off will be something happening here. Again, Gogak Sniper just with 7 big blinds now.
God.
Neck in the big with the ace 4. Might want to continue, but to what extent? Woo! Sending a message. These guys got no fear, Joe. They're playing for $157,000. I haven't heard half of these people, and they're just making all the right moves. It's great to watch.
I believe Neck got desire. It loosely translated means I have no fear.
We're gonna have an all-in.
Sniper all in from the button. We do have an all-in, and we are likely to have a call. Dinge Brinker gonna have to lose the very pretty King Jack suited. And it's Domination Nation. King Eye flop. 1 club. Not enough. Ace high. Good enough. And we finally have another elimination. Gogak Sniper. Boom. Headshot. $43,768 out in 6th. Down to 5.
And Meekin Sonis was inclined to shove the 9-7 off against Dinge Brinker when there was an ICM consideration, but King 5, I think better to just check back. Actually dominating Dinge here.
By the way, Gogak Sniper was one of our satellite winners. Got in for $109, so not a terrible Roy.
I mean, he didn't play like a satellite qualifier. I thought Gogak Sniper played extremely well, extremely aggressively, playing for the jugular, for the win, but wasn't his day.
Yet somehow ended up back in the carpet store. GG, Roy. And both players with the same flush draw, but it's Dinge Brinker who Dinge brinks the 7 on the river.
Same straight draw. Edit. You said strange.
Was it not the same straight draw?
You said same flush
What?
draw. Everyone. You said same
sorry.
flush draw. It seemed straight draw.
Okay, I got it.
2020.
There's
People are
really
watching.
no such thing as the same flush draw. So
There's a lot of
clearly
people
just
watching.
a typo. Not really. Pocket 7s for Neck. Did you like how I hit that during the break? And it was maybe the most well-timed 7s meme of all time.
That couldn't have been you. That was James. James took full credit for that.
I know, but it was me.
Oh,
There's the
I was-
all-in from Meekin Sonas.
Dude,
Pressure time once again.
I was thinking he might do this, but it's a lot of chips, and the inherent problem for Meekin Sonis is that Neck has a pocket pair that is going to be crushing some of the shoves from Meekin Sonis. A lot of 6s through 4s, even maybe deuces or 3s. If Meekin Sonis thinks that he can get a lot of folds from the shove here, and then sometimes flipping against, ace queens, ace jacks, the ones that do call. So 7s actually play pretty decently against this shove range and might end up calling, and then we'll have a huge flip for almost 12 million chips. It's really close. I think they probably call with 9s plus 8s most of the time, and then 7s sometimes. So here we are right in that sometime zone. And what's it gonna be? $29 big blinds. It's a lot. It's always coming 7. Does make the call.
They're flipping for a massive amount in equity here, and 7s hold. Double up for Neck Guy, who is now the chip lead. And Meekin Sonas drops down to 6.3 million. Third place in chips. What
Big
reversal.
pot. First time on the entire final table we've seen anyone have the chip lead that wasn't named Mick and Sonis and NASA 114. Huge change of fortunes.
And we've got an 8-6-4. Sorry, this flop is 8-6-4. Meek and Sonas bets 266,250 and takes it down on the monotone board. NASA 6-7 suited. Folds. Neck guy.
And
let's give it up for neck guy, huh?
Naza,
New chip leader.
Neck guy.
Limping in with Queen 10. Nice limp, neck guy. And Dinge Brinker takes the free flop, but it's top pair for neck guy. And we get a call
You
from
eat chicken,
King
right,
High.
Joe?
Continues. I do eat chicken.
You more of a like breast or a neck?
I'm a dark meat person.
Mm.
What do I feel like you're leading me down? What do you want me to say? Breast? You feel
I
like
was
there's
supposed
a
to
bit
say
coming. I'm
breast
not
or
helping you.
I was supposed to say breast or wing, and then I said breast or neck, so that I could have said I'm more of a neck guy, but I blew it. And I'm gonna be hanging up my. Yeah, no.
You know what? Why don't you just
Better
handle
be
things
that
for the next little while?
dusty
I'm just gonna
yeah.
have a sip of. No, go ahead. You just take it from here.
This is what happens when you work me 3 days in a row. Queen 10 here for neck guy. Dinge with the king high, not a great bluff catcher, especially without a heart in their hand.
Come on. What's 760,000 amongst friends? You'll be a legend. Doesn't do it. Neck guy up to 12.5 million now.
And you can see now the ICM implications. So many of these mid-tier hands, these people would be opening, but now you see the 7-6 suited folded on the button. The pocket fives folded under the gun, just five-handed. All the big money, all the sort of like second through fourth up for grabs here.
Meek and Zona's still acting like chip boss here. Trying to take this down pre-flop with the 4 high. Dinge Brinker was like, why you got to do this, bro? We could have just saw a flop. This isn't fun.
Could have just... No.
I synced it. I could have synced the flop. Pocket 10s for NASA. Raise and take it.
Whew.
Another raise and take it for neck guy this time. Deuce of Duco. King 4 suited. Neck guy, not even a hand you can defend with. The old 10 deuce, or as I like to call it, the Stapes and his girlfriend.
There's already a name for it, actually, Joe.
Pocket jacks for Meek and Sonis. And that flop comes down after being defended by 8-7 in the big blind. Deuce, 3-4, 3. Sorry, 3 spades on this flop. Pocket jack's still out in front and with the best flush draw. Continuation bet, 266,250. It'll be incredibly interesting to see what Dinge Brinker does here with a medium-sized spade in their hand. Seems like a fold spot. Nope, it's a call. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Griffin, are you as excited as I am about this monotone board?
I'm absolutely thrilled, Joe. I really think that this is a nice spot for making Sonus. You might say that it's making so nice. It's a little joke there for the fans at home.
You could say that, and monotone board has ended just in time for pocket aces, aka the Rockets for Naza. Gediminas on Twitch telling me that Gadzai translates to roosters in Lithuanian, so maybe he really is a neck guy. No action on the aces. Dinge Brinker with the ace king suited.
And a situation
king 10
where
suited. Yeah. And fours. Oh boy, I gotta look at the whole screen before I start talking.
Listen, I was down with the monotone stuff, but this is going to be an exciting hand here. I think making Sonus, we could expect to see one of those hands like that, and dominated would have been better served for Deuce of Ducko to get it in with the fours.
Oh goodness! How about just flopping the nuts, but no full house? That is another double up, courtesy of Meekin Sonus. Dinge Brinker, the beneficiary this time. And wow, we got a bunch of very even stacks. You could say they are neck and neck, except for, of course, Neck Guy, who's got twice the chips of the rest of them.
Sonus folding the king 10 for 26 bigs. I like it. Playing by the rules.
Criminally Vulgar shouts back from the Brinker. I like it, Criminally Vulgar. Just a limp here from Naza. Neck
nice.
Guy.
Induced.
Got inducted into the big blind
Hall of Naza.
re-raise. Hall of Naza. Not re-raise. You guys know what I mean.
First ballot Hall of Naz induction.
Naza. Making sound as King 10 suited. Oh, I guess they're not done with the King 10 suited yet.
No, suited's, you're like, let's see 3.
Does Dinge Brinker want to see 3? No. I mean, yes, but, you get it. 8-10 for Deuce Duco. Neck Guy, Queen 9, in position.
Come on, Rooster.
What's your favorite position?
You're in there.
Griff, what's your favorite position?
Probably the button.
That's cool with me. It's not my favorite, but I'd do it for you.
Innie or outie?
Innie. Meekin Sonus. Ace. I don't know what I was answering just then. Raises Ace Jack.
The button, the belly button. Were we talking about belly buttons?
Oh, the belly button. Nice. I like it.
I am also an innie. Naza, nice little hand to check back here. Have to expect that wants to take a flop.
Ooh, hello. A little flush draw that makes you happy. A little low cards, that makes you happy.
But a board I think Naza is going to want to bet a lot of the time simply because it's a texture that he's usually going to have with the range of checking back on the button, and then you're going to turn some equity sometimes when you get called. He does elect to check back, which I think is really going to work out here, turning that 9.
Hell yeah, top pair on the turn for Naza. Facing the overbet. Why so serious? Deuce Duco wrapping a straight?
Naza's going to send you straight to hell. Mm-mm.
The ace on the river. Where is he? Where is that? I never used this one. There it is.
It's a really great river card for Deuce of Ducko, not just because it makes the best hand, but because Naza calling on the turn here such a big overbet. It looks a lot like, you know, he has a hand like a 9, which is a tough fold. I think Ducko might be getting a little greedy with the size, but he is quite polarized between having, you know, a really big hand somehow like 10-7, which might have bet the flop, or a 7-5, or a 2 pair, or a rivered ace that would,
Wow.
you know, what, maybe ace 7 betting the turn like that. So it's a really stiff bet, and we've seen when Deuce of Ducko has bet these massive sizings, yeah, he's had it sometimes, but it also was a bluff when he had the pocket 8s on the ace king queen. So, you know, it's tough. These are tough spots. Naza has usually found a way to make the right decision, though. Does he
Griffin, let's say that you're Naza and you have 8-9. That's also seems like a tough call just based on the way this action's gone. Like just a 9 feels really tough.
No, the 8-9 is a snap call because your opponent can be doing this as value with an ace, as we see, right?
Right.
So that therein lies the difference in sort of relative hand strength.
Okay.
You know, you're comfortable calling.
We know Naza is prone to making hero calls, and I'm so happy to not have to hit the hero fail button. It's been a good run for Naza. It's been at least 3 whole days since we've had to press that button for Naza, and I'm happy that I don't have to dust it off right now.
He's the guy.
And
calls when he's ahead, folds when he's behind.
Yeah, good stuff. Net guy versus Meek and Sonas. Net guy flops the gutter. Getting an okay price to stick around with 5 high, though. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to defend from the big blind with 5-4 off, you kind of need to continue when you flop a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, even if it is only 4 high for a quarter pot bet.
Things way less hopeful now. Gets a free river card, but also still just horrible.
But a tough spot for net guy to bluff, simply because the heart's missed. There are now 2 kings out there, so it's less likely that you have a king. You wouldn't really feel comfortable value betting a 6. So what are you representing? Pretty much only a king, but does go for it with the pot size bet. Certainly, net guy is going to have some kings in their range here. So Mick and Sonas going to have a tough position. I think that Mick and Sonas will be able to find a call some of the percentage of the time here because of all those missed draws that include not just flush draws, but those baby straight draws. There are some pure floats on the flop as well. Net guy can also be betting this with like a jack that they may have floated on the flop, something like queen jack. So, but Mick and Sonas usually get pretty good reader of these spots, but does make the fold. Nice bluff from the guy who necks.
Winning pots with 5 high is a good way to accumulate chips and eventually win a poker tournament. Take notes.
Preach.
That guy just shoving on Dingebrinker. And Dingebrinker just over the 20 big blind mark, so makes sense. Dinge, the shortest stack right now. Dingebrinker limping in. Jack 9. King 8-6. Rainbow. A rainbow board. Easy boy, unless you're going to finish, Benjer's commentary is off with the 2 words, the chain. I'm afraid you banned. I didn't give him a chance. He might have been saying, he might have been about to say the chain, the charts. We'll never know, unfortunately. Let's make sure we get complete thoughts out there, guys, okay?
My white knight.
This is wrong. If he was right, I'd have let it live, but unfortunately, this is wrong. A 10 on the river. Is this anything for anybody? 6, 7, 8, 10. No, queen, diamonds, nothing. Jack high checks. Free showdown for queen high.
Nick and Sona's taking some pause, maybe considering with all those straight cards in his hand, the queen and the 7, maybe wants to bet big to fold out an ace high or a 6, a pair of 6s. This could be very interesting.
Andre,
some potential here. Go ahead.
Andre Mag asking, Joe, any prediction when will be the first EPT after COVID? I'm thinking around noon. Thank you for your question. Neck guy facing the 3-bet does let A7 suited go. Yeah, usually, I don't know, noon, 1 p.m., somewhere in that range, depending on which event.
12:45, you know.
I'd say be there by 12:45.
But that it's probably starting at noon.
Yeah, but you don't want to be the first person there is always the fish, right? Guy sitting there with his card capper. By guy, I mean me.
Well, you don't want the cards to fly off.
I don't want to. Well, I don't want to miss the first hand either. You know that could be your aces.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. Club. 4. Okay, 4 clubs. That's something. Ace high. That's something.
Like a steering wheel. I want that to fly off on my card, but cards in the actual game.
Mm-mm. And the river
6 high
is
flush.
another club. Yeah, baby. Just check here and show what a boss you are. Just be like, yeah, I know I have the best hand. I don't even need to bet it. I'll get you later. Just under half pot, 240,000. Okay, Deuce, let's, next hand, come on. Next hand. Come on. Let's go. Next. Next hand. Next.
1.1 million.
Oh, called with king high. All right. I think we're just going to have a little one of these.
Oh. Is she okay?
Might want to use that 4-color deck next time. Pocket aces, as long as we're pressing buttons. With the ace of hearts for Meek and Sonas. Oh, not even a station from ace high, just a snap fold. A limp in from Nas. All right. Oh, the old limp the button strategy.
Tricky.
I've heard about this. Flop is 10, tray, ace high. The trap is working.
Now does Naza have a little bet in him out of protection, or does he want to play this as a check? Does play this as a check. Certainly neck guy is going to be able to check raise bluff this flop sometimes. All the threes in the small blinds range, the big blinds. Naza knowing that hand can certainly improve, even though probably already has the best hand. Doesn't want to bet this flop, face a check raise, and have to fold out the 3 hearts. Still with the best hand, but going to be tough to call a bet now that the 5 and 6 have come. Certainly one of these players in the blinds could make a stab here. Nope.
I mean, how? How do you not raise that? Get 2 other players in the hand, dodge everything, ace high wins it. Just a perfectly executed trap over the course.
Messing with João Vieira.
João Vieira once again, pocket 7s.
And the blind's actually up to 250,000.
Not a great flop for 7s. Very good a flop for a button caller.
That's what you have right now.
A button caller?
A button caller. Nice bet there.
Neck guy up to almost 13 million. King 4 for Dinge Brinker. Sonas folds Jack 8. Deuce of Duco. Gonna want to see 3. Flops an 8. And the 8 is good.
Yeah, definitely a board Dinge is going to want to continue on. You have that range advantage on the ace-high board from the button here as the aggressor. Going to be able to keep betting on some diamonds and stuff like that. But of course, deuce with that 8.
Now deuce with the 8 and a deuce on the turn. Very disappointing run out here for Dinge Brinker. 1 diamond, that's the best she could do.
Going to be difficult for Dinge Brinker to bluff here with the king 4. You know, if you have an ace there, you're probably betting twice. You wouldn't ever really value bet a 10, so it's even difficult to bet off of a 7 or an 8. Nice work here from Deuce of Ducko. Finding a nice spot with that sourdough.
Pasta TKE chimes in to say, I thought Joe Stapes was the comic relief, and then 3 laughing faces. You know, I find this comment rather banal. Thank you for your comment.
Any two but JJ, no right way to play him, remarks, guys, why is ace-5 suited artisanal sourdough? Where did that come from? I actually don't know. I don't know if I was there for the actual inception, so I will hand it off to my co-host here. Joe? The floor is
we
yours.
just started doing, commentary on online poker last year, and it became rather well known. Lots of raising here, by the way, from Neck Guy. And getting no resistance.
And a nice shove
We
hand
saw Jack
here
10
for
is folded and
Dingebrinker.
Queen Jack.
This one's
Not
going to
quite
go
a
in,
shove,
though.
but a large re-raise. Basically, ace-5 suited is like in fashion right now. 3-betting with it, 4-betting with it. And so because it became so fashionable during quarantine, much in the way that making your own sourdough was, I started calling it the sourdough. And it caught on a little bit because we have such a great community. Pocket aces for Neck Guy. Probably not going to get a whole lot of action here.
And Naza with a hand right on the line here, but with all the other stacks being so close, do you really want to flat with Queen 8 off? Good fold, I think. I think Queen 10 probably would have peeled. Queen 9 right on the line. Queen 8, good discipline.
So ace-5 is sourdough. Ace-5 suited is artisanal sourdough.
Nice spot for Naza here to acquire some chips pre-flop. Not going to feel super happy about the fact you have to shove ace-10 with those stacks that are shorter, but it's a bit too strong. So going to put it in.
Naza treading above the 6 million mark. It's Dingebrinker and Meek and Sonas who are bringing up the rear. That's pretty funny, Jim Bro. 5-5 is Pumper Nichols.
Pretty fair fight here. Ace-4 of spades against Jack 10, no spade. Dingebrinker takes the lead with 2 jacks.
Daniel asks, where did Naza place in his second final table yesterday? You literally put the answer in there twice. In your own question. Think about it.
Can you ask the question again?
Use the grape. Where did Naza place in his second final table yesterday? Use the grape. Thank you for your question. Naza picks up a flush draw. Misses everything. Pair of jacks will win if we get to showdown.
Naza electing to take that free card on the turn with the spades, recognizing that Dingebrinker won't be folding any kings and most jacks. So taking that disguised flush draw, and now on the river facing that 23%-ish bet on the river. Doesn't feel particularly bluffy, and that therein lies the problem, Joe. If you want to make an ace-high hero call, as he does anyway, you're beating 9-10, you're beating Queen 10, you're beating Queen 9. But are they going to bet 450 with that? It's tough. The reason they bet 450 is to give you such a good price where, if you should call a certain percentage of the time with a hand like ace high. And unfortunately, Naza gets milked for 450 there on the end.
Boop. Making Sona still playing pretty aggressive when he chooses to enter the pot. It's Dingebrinker now, though, who has flip-flop places with Naza after that hand. Naza, the shortest stack. PvP Shka says, bad call. Really tremendous stuff. Riveting. I mean, what clued you in? The fact that the pot got pushed to the other player? Was that Or was it the fact that we could all see the hold cards from the very beginning? Just wondering where that analysis is coming from, if you could. Or is it maybe from all of the things Griffin just said for the last, 80 or 90 seconds? Let us know. Let us know in chat. Actually, don't. You're banned.
And a pair of sevens here for the worst hand in poker. And Mickinson is picking up some equity here, deciding to go very, very big with that gut shot and 2 overs.
Was that one of them? Was that any of it? That was nothing.
No, that is not a straight. But if Mickinsonis correctly puts Deuce of Duco on a hand like a 7 or a 6, there are 2 and 3 overs to those hands, and likes to bet big and bets big. Big swing pot here on this final table.
Oh, this is so demoralizing if you could call the 7 deuce here. It's so poetic. You got to call just for the poetry. If you're wrong, you're a legend. Am I the only one who thinks like that? Probably, which is why I don't ever play.
If you're right, you're a legend, you mean?
Even if you're wrong, you're like, 7 deuce. I just love
2-1.
There it is.
Yes!
The hero call comes through. Deuce of Duco, more like deuce of set. I don't know where I'm going with that. 7 deuce. Hero call. Big pot for Deuce of Duco, who now jumps up into second place.
Awesome stuff.
As he and Naza take a flop. Naza flopping the best hand. It's bottom pair. But has Deuce of Duco drawing incredibly thin. Drawing dead now on this 4 spades turn.
Yeah, and not in any hurry to try to win such a small pot. Now that Deuce of Duco finds themselves at the bottom of their range, might, want to fire a little bit of a bet here to, try to fold out some high cards as well as some 4s and the occasional 8. Will it work? Maybe.
I mean, you'd hope that bottom pair on the flop when it's an 8 would be a better hand by the river. It does work. A little heater now for Deuce of Duco. Naza no longer the shortest stack after that hand with Mickinsonis. But neither one of them particularly healthy.
So cool. 111 asks, why is 8-8 called Snowman? Because num num. Num num.
That is correct.
Seriously though, you should ask James when he comes back, because he really likes telling the story. So if you remember, maybe he'll tell you.
Doesn't take it for Deuce, who is climbing ever closer to that chip lead of Neck Guy, who is now raising with ace-10.
This might be some trouble for Dingebrinker. Definitely a spot you want to consider shoving, but it's tough now that Mickinsonis just has 10 big blinds. Does shove, and Neck Guy has one of those hands that you probably have to call here, similar to that pocket 7s Neck Guy had earlier, but you have such an edge with these 13 million chips to keep on chipping away, so it actually does fold instead, and I think that's, of course, being results-oriented, we see fold the best hand, but you don't really want to double up your opponents there when you have such an edge. Just raise,
And another all-in. Getting through. Meekin Sonas and Naza neck and neck for the bottom. Pocket nines now for Meekin Sonas. Open shoving. Yes. And another win, up over 4 million now. Folds around to the blinds.
Nice.
That
Max
guy is
pressure
shoving.
with that
Yeah.
4 million chip stacks.
Lots of laddering up to be done. We haven't really talked about prize jumps and what the prizes are in a little while, so let's go over that again. Next player out gets $56,000, and it's a nearly $20,000 pay jump, $17,000. If you make it into fourth, if you're not the next player out, that's all you got to do is not be next out. You make $17,000 more dollars, and that's what we mean when we say pressure or ICM pressure. Is it worth $17,000 to fold a hand that's like pretty good but could be beat? Yeah, probably. Pocket sevens for neck guy. Meekin Sonas, king 10.
This, again, might be too good. Yeah.
They are flipping. And it's a king high, excuse, not a king high flop, but a king on the flop. Sevens do not hold. Meekin Sonas winning this flip against neck guy. And things are neck and neck guy between the three players at the top now. There will be no more max pressure at the moment. We have seen the chip lead change hands multiple times now. And 2 overs in the flush draw from Meekin Sonas.
An elite chip count. It's like seeing a double rainbow.
Excuse me?
Elite 1337. You know what that is, right?
Lead speak?
Yeah, back when we were kids,
in.
like when you, no, when you'd be like,
I mean,
to
everyone
write the
still
word
does it.
elite. 1337.
Yeah, like Tim Zero Thee.
No, man.
It's called lead
People
speak.
get
It's
it.
when you stick numbers.
See, look,
Griffin,
T-Tao is excited.
I think you actually don't know what it means.
Okay.
That's actually the name of the practice of like sticking numbers into words.
No way.
It's called lead speak.
I always just thought it was
Yes.
elite. I thought it was just for sure. Yeah, everyone would call me elite back in the day when I was, my previous life is Jaguar.
Queen Jack under the gun. Ace King for the brinker. All in. Fold, fold. Oh boy, what a setup here, my babies. Ace Queen for Naza. Domination Nation in 2 spots. Neck guy with Ace Jack.
3 people behind, and you're facing a shove here from the shortest stack. You know, Ace Jack probably a bit too good, but it definitely, yeah.
Isolates.
Oh,
and
Naza!
it's a jack high flop. Unfortunately,
It finally
no
ends. Oh, my boy.
savior. Naza 114. Joao Vieira out in 5th place, $56,538. And maybe, hey guys, get your claps out in chat for an amazing 24 hours on top of a pretty freaking good record in general, but an amazing for the record book last 24 hours for Joao Vieira. That's right, Bunny Logic. Watch him as he goes. There goes my hero. One more time. The Naza pose honoring Joao Vieira. What a day and a half it's been. What a day, I guess,
Yeah.
technically. 24 hours.
Legend.
And I guess, do you want to even finish this? Now that should we just?
I mean,
should we just call it?
I think maybe we should just call it.
What do you guys say in chat? You know, I'm kind of attached to Neck Guy. We'll stick it out for a little while longer.
See what you did there. Touch the neck guy, stick it out. Stick your neck out. Smart.
Both players with ace high here. Both players.
Everyone's yelling, call it in the chat.
Are we out?
They're in with the bit. That's great.
Kifku says ace jack was bad shove. Fish move. Nah. Counterpoint. Nah. Thank you for your comment. You're banned. Anybody else? Any questions? Sorry. Ace deuce re-raising here from Making Sonus.
That guy sitting there with the 7-6 suited thinking, I call.
Thinking, yeah, hell yeah.
Wow.
I can flop a double belly buster. Can we do it? You know, it'd be ironic if Neck Guy choked.
I think this is a pretty nice spot for Neck Guy to maybe even shove. I mean, the pot is so big out there already. You know, is Mick and Sonus even going to call a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen when you shove here? You know, certainly you flop a lot of 10s and 8s here. Sometimes you don't always just have a draw. So really nice play here from Neck Guy, and that's going to really extend the chip lead.
Hell yeah, Neck Guy. We're focusing and giving Naza all the attention that was necessary. But yeah, let's not forget Neck Guy up to 15.8 million.
Ooh. Hey,
hello,
good job,
Rockets.
Joe. I don't have the board.
Take it easy.
Look at that. Look at him go.
Ten, 8, 7, 2 clubs. Not really a lot of value to be gotten from Queen Deuce of Hearts. And just absolutely nothing to extract value from. Deuce of Duco, though, approaching 10 million. Dinge Brinker approaching the danger zone. Pocket queens for Deuce of Duco. Sorry, I acted so excited. Ace Queen for Deuce of Duco.
Big ol' hand.
Oh ho. Oh ho ho. Does not elicit the raise from Neck Guy. Oh, but Neck Guy does catch a jack on the turn.
Boom. Johnny be good.
Does Neck Guy ever check this? No, I don't think so.
No. Next to Guy and Guy's to Neck.
And ace queen forced to fold. We are approaching a break. Meek and Sonas ace 10. That's going to get through. Squeezing in at least one more hand.
And that hand is going to be good for Dingebrinker. Ace queen in the small blind. Dominating in 2 places.
I'm not sure how much more of that I could have taken. Still 4-handed in today's feature presentation. These players are taking a break, but we are not. Massive festival Scoop is. Literally millions of tournaments during Scoop. We're going to head over to check out event number 50 of 1.2 million. It's the 1K Progressive Knockout Tournament. It looks like we've tuned in for a doozy of a hand. What are you guys doing? We got ace 4.
Oh
what ace 4? Are you nuts? Are you nuts? You're like the 8th best hand.
Don't you know
What
what's
is
going on
happening?
here?
Can you not see the hold cards like we can? We've got to raise. We've got to re-raise. That's 3 bets. Can we get a 4th bet from Casablanca AA? Casablanca AA, sorry.
Yeah, you have to imagine Casablanca going to be one.
There's the 4 bet.
The
Can
10s,
we get a 5
going to be
bet?
No, the 10s are
Come
going to
on.
fold. Stop
Come on.
it.
Well, how about queens, though? Well, we can't get a 5th bet from queens. This is weak. This isn't fun. Old Brock. I miss old Naza, honestly. We've got a Mahdi at this table. I didn't even see that. Adrian Mateos, 3 Scoop titles.
Of course, he gets the 5-3 when there's 4 premiums on the table. Just dodging bullets, baby. That's what I do. That's his
Lead at
expression, right?
900s.
Amadis?
Still, yeah, exactly.
And he folds the
This
queens.
is
How are we
quite
not
the
talking about
domination.
this?
Yeah, we did see the queens.
Folds the
fold. That's
queens
pretty
for
amazing.
10 big blinds.
I'm focused on the aces. I'm focused on the ace-king suited.
Oh,
and the queens
man.
get out of the way. Save the bounty.
I folded queens for 10 blinds.
Great fold. Thank you, Griffin, for reacting appropriately to that. I had
I'm
already
telling
in
you
my
right
head
now-
assumed it was going to be a 3-way all-in that I didn't even notice the fold. I was like, what can I say
I'm
about
telling
these
you
players
right now,
here?
we have created a lot of really bad tight folds from some of our viewers in the future because you, as a general rule, you shouldn't fold pocket queens. This was an outlier situation. It was very specific. Under the gun raise, under the gun +1 re-raise, under the gun +2 all in for 30 bigs. Don't fold queens for 10 bigs. Don't do it.
Makovs with pocket kings. Just a little bloop. Just a little raise. I'm going to take a picture of old Brock and send it to my friend Jessica because her last name is Brock. She's an old fuddy-duddy. Click. Hopefully she enjoys that. Raise and take it for the kings. You're with Mel there. That might be my favorite online poker name of all time. That's so specific. Folds 10-5. Wait, we've got old Brock and old Jan. My goodness.
Cousin of old time Jin.
Floso. Floso on the button with King 10. There's the shove. Amadi with plenty of
Floso.
chips and an ace.
You already
A
know.
bounty on the line.
Too many chips though, right? Not for Amadi.
Wake me
I call,
up
man.
before you Floso. And
Floso.
Floso misses everything. Ace high takes it as well as the $875 bounty of Floso. That's all we're going to get from event number 50 high, and that's all we're going to get from Griffin Benger for now. Griffin's going to take a short break. I'm going to continue on. 4 players, 1 commentator, 1 scoop title to rule them all. It's event number 48, the high. 35 big blind average. Neck guy out in front with 65 big blinds. Deuce of Duck, Mick and Sonas, and Dinge Brinker. All trying to outlast each other and ladder TF up. Can Neck Guy continue exerting pressure as these players try to wait out the short stack? And it's a good thing we practiced this configuration earlier. The solo commentator spot. Welcome back, my babies. Cards in the air. I would imagine we're going to see some fairly tight play from some of these players for now. Ace deuce for Mick and Sonas. See? Ooh, and we've got the payout scrolling at the bottom of the screen. 73K is what the next elimination will net you. $20,000 from fourth to third. So all you got to do is not go out next, and you make another $21,000. We've got Queen 7 versus Ace 4. Two pair. Or as I like to call it, twoper. For Queen 7. Ace high. Firing. Unfortunately, into the near nuts. It's a king on the turn. So Queen 7 gets a little bit more dicey. Probably not folding still. Antiloop says, but who will laugh at your jokes, Joe? It's not like James or Griffin ever laughed at them to begin with. At least I can pretend like people understand them. Oh, we got some time bank issues here for Deuce of Duco, who fires pretty big into this pot. Would they do this with a king? Let's see what Meek and Sonas thinks. It is pretty disheartening to flop Queen 7 and see the board pair. Well, not any pair, but to pair the king. Meek and Sonas makes the call. The river is an 8. It's a spade. And a huge bet on the turn. Is that something a flush draw would do? Looks like Meek and Sonas is maybe trying to bluff catch here. Will Deuce of Duco making it a catchable amount? That's the question. Decides to take the more passive route. Did not want to rep that king. Meek and Sonas wins a huge pot. Deuce of Duco drops down into third now. And we've got two more playable hands here. Queen Jack suited limping in. Queen 10 suited in the big. Both players missed this pretty hard. 7-4 tray. Two spades. The Nick Batafeld says, I laugh at your jokes, Joey Boy. Sorry, Nick, is that Niche Ol or Niche Oles? Big difference in my book. I'm guessing Cholas. King on the river. Still nothing for nobody. Queen Jack is going to win this. At showdown, will Queen 10 take a stab? Zao asked, Joe, what's your biggest prize in a poker tournament? I'd say probably first place prize would have been my biggest prize. Thank you for your question. Blind on blind again. That guy is a check guy. Look at that. Checks ace-6 and flops top pair. Wine 1234 says, Joe, has anyone told you look like a Walmart Steve Carell? I may look like a Walmart employee, but you look more like a bank employee. Emphasis on the ban. Thank you for your comment. Jack 9 firing into the wind. Overbetting this pot. Not going to get a fold from ace-6. And it is always coming 7 on the river. Neck guy with the opportunity to value bet. That won't get called. That's 1.9 million. Does not get the hero call from Jack High somehow. What a great fold. Pocket tens for making Sonus. It's going to look like aces at this stage of the game. Makes it 630,000. Not likely to get any action. That guy with king, queen. Just shoves, making Sonus with fives. We've seen these two flip multiple times. This feels like a lot. This feels like a big flip. This would be pretty wild. And the fives do fold. Sixes, I think, is a definite call. Fives, I'm not sure. I have no idea. I'm just messing around, guys. Five seems a little low in the range. Ace 10 on the button for Dinge Brinker, the shortest stack. Does not shove. Seems like too big of a raise to call for Queen 10, and that is correct. And it's Deuce of Duco now with Ace Jack. Shoves all in. Gets the fold from Jack 10. Deuce of Duco, Ace Trey, makes it 600,000. Dinge Brinker can see a flop for just 300K. Oh my goodness. I'm not even going to do the monotone flop voice. This is huge. A flop flush for Dinge Brinker facing the bet from Deuce of Duco, who has the ace of hearts and a 3. Now a jack on the turn. Dinge Brinker needs to fade a heart, an ace. No, not an ace, just a heart. Can you do it? Yes. Somehow, the fourth heart does not peel the river. Shipping it says, with king, queen versus fives, where's the line for a call of sevens? You think I have time to answer that right now? I'm alone in here. Are you nuts? It's like asking for extra sauce packets when there's one person working the drive-thru. There's the bet from Dinge Brinker. Deuce of Duco, I know doesn't have a lot of time bank right now. Has the ace of hearts in their hand. Oh no, is trying the old ace of hearts bluff. That escalated quickly. Yikes. You love / hate to see it. I mean, you love the action, but there's the all-in for Deuce of Duco. Unfortunately, it's a 7 on the flop and 3 diamonds. Domination, rotation. Deuce of Duco eliminated. Out in fourth, $73,034. We're down to 3 now. What a fast and furious couple of hands there for Deuce of Duco. The Duke of the ace-high flush bluff. And I've got good news, kids. The ratio just got a little bit better. I'm used to getting ratioed on Twitter. I'm not enjoying it so much right now. Let's bring Griffin Benger back into the booth. You guys led me down the primrose path on that one, huh? There he is. Well,
what did I miss?
Griff. You missed a heck of a couple of hands from Deuce of Duco, who went out in third for just over 70K. Deuce of Duco, unfortunately, ran into a flop.
The ace of hearts.
You saw that one. Yeah.
I did, yes.
I feel like that ace of hearts bluff is one that only works for other people. Like you see people do it and you're like, oh yeah, maybe I'll try that. No, don't try this at home. Queen's holding.
Apparently you haven't been answering people's questions, Joe. Too busy calling the action on your own? Outrageous.
I mean, he's talking about a hand like from 15 minutes ago where somebody shoved over fives and wants to know what hand you should be calling with.
Thank you for your question.
I mean, bleh,
max
you know what?
value here.
That's annoying. Don't go to Griffin
leader.
over my head. You're banned. Don't do that.
Joseph, we just, it was nice for us to catch up there, but we did kind of miss that hand. But what we did see was Neck Guy able to win a nearly 8 million chip pot with pocket queens on a king high board against 7-8. 8 was the second pair. So really extending the lead here now. Two opponents, one under 20 big blinds and the other just over 30. So, I don't like to pick favorites. But Neck Guy's the favorite to win this 5K midweek freeze.
Can we wait to the end of this hand? He's betting in the top pair here, which is not always advisable.
I will point out Joe has always been partial to Neck Guy. He should stay impartial, as is his job, but he likes Neck Guy. He's a fan.
It's not my job. I have no problem having favorites. I don't think there's anything. It makes me more interested, which is better for the audience. Trust me. I never root against anybody, but sometimes there's like underdogs. There's comeback stories. There's tales of adversity. There's all kinds of reasons that you might have a little bit.
Starting this hand with just 15 big blinds is going to feel pretty comfortable raising and getting this in, actually, in this limped pot. So Neck Guy,
top pair,
with that min bet on the flop, I don't think really has designs to fold. Maybe to a shove wouldn't have felt super great, but to a raise, probably going to want to peel one off here, try to turn an 8 or a 6. And he pops off the Ocho. Cinco de Mayo.
When you said he's going to try to peel one off here, that is exactly the one he was trying to peel off.
Yeah,
Two pair
might
now.
Slow Dinge Brinker down a bit. Not really feeling super thrilled.
I don't think so.
Because Neck Guy can have hands like this, but the river,
my goodness, what
bringing the straight.
Whoo! Holy moly! The twists and turns. Two pair, not feeling so hot on this 4-card straight board. Dinge Brinker loving it. Do you just bet like a nickel here so you make sure you get called by two pair?
Yeah, I think that you're sizing here. And there it is.
Yeah,
that's
nice
going to do the trick. Nice. I think that's. I think that's. I mean, he obviously called quite quickly, but I think that's a good size.
Yeah, maybe we could have got a little more. Could have got maybe a little more, but hey, the snap call is nice there. Dinge Brinker is just a fun name to say. And we've got Neck Guy and Dinge Brinker again. Ace Jack for the Brinker.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be checking this one back.
Griffin, would you be my Brinking Duddy?
Sure, buddy.
Top pair for the Dinge. Open ender for the Neck.
Yeah, as far as action flops go, this is one of them. We're talking heads up pot, single raised, Neck Guy. If you're going to limp call with 10-8, you're going to want to flop something like this when you don't make a pair. This is the backup plan.
I think it's only fair for you know, Dinge made a straight last hand. Neck guy's got to make one this hand. That's how it works.
That is how it works. That is canon.
It's undeniable. It's in our charter.
Yeah. All the stuff people don't read when they sign up for PokerStars. It's in the fine print. You get a straight, I get a straight, everybody gets a straight.
1.9 million is the top pair, top kicker bet.
Getting a bit problematic here for Neck Guy. Out of position makes this situation quite annoying when you call and don't get there.
Mm-hmm.
Dingebrinker certainly looks strong here, so I think that's a good fold. Good discipline there.
Pocket threes for Neck Guy now. Dingebrinker. Neck
waiting for this
and
moment.
Neck with making Sonus.
All tournament, Joe. I've been waiting for this. Oh,
For what?
I want the 4-bet shove from the small pair. I thought Dinge was going to find a 3-bet there on 30 bigs. Did not.
This would have been a fun matchup,
not.
pocket threes against ace 4, but it's top pair for making Sonus. I actually have that here in my notes, Griffin. It says threes are better to shove with than eights. That's one of the Sam Grafton notes.
Yeah. Well, Neck Guy has a backdoor straight draw. He just needs to hit an ace and a 4. I don't know any reason why that wouldn't be difficult to do.
No, there's plenty of them in the deck, I think. King of clubs on the
Joe's
turn.
learning blockers.
I don't think you can really include blockers and as a hand that your opponent folded that you have no idea.
But it's not about them, it's about us. We're using the information we have, which is that Dingebreaker has, has folded his straight draws. Yep.
It's about trust. Top pair in the flop is now third pair, which is slightly better than the fifth pair of Neck Guy. Look at this. Look at this. Very confident bet with third pair. Is this a, you're not turning this into a bluff, right? This is a value bet with a 9.
I think, yeah, this is a value bet with a 9. It's coming from a place of, okay, I can have some missed straight draws here, some 4-6s, some 7-8s, 6-8. So, ooh, this is trouble. I was just saying, I was hoping on this final table we were going to get a limp shove for about 30 plus big blinds.
We are going to get
with a small pocket pair. And I'm telling you, it is.
Take a breath. It's going to be a while, I think. I swear to God, he's in the
happening.
Deuce is in big, big trouble. Nope. No deuce to be found. There goes our third place finisher, Meekin Sonus. Nearly $100,000, $94,343. We are now heads up for the Scoop title. Playing for $36,000 difference in prize money. And we've already moved on. This is a straight now. Another straight.
Yeah, this is
for
straight.
Dingebrinker.
He gets a straight. They get a straight. We established this.
$667,000. And a king on the river is a very dangerous card for Neck Guy.
Oh, this is like, reminds me of that TikTok trend. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh, no.
You guys all know the one.
Third pot bet from Dingebrinker. Neck guy is blocking some straights.
So he's
With the
thinking about
9?
raising for value here. And that's the intention of the bet, is to induce a raise from a king or bluffs, and does it.
Oh, that bet
Beautiful work.
has done the inducing. Induction complete. Dingebreaker certainly going to get the rest of it in. On the brink of the all-in button. On the brink of a double up.
And Neck Guy
escalated quickly.
Neck Guy was sitting there with an 800 chip bet he could have just called. Instead, he makes it 4 million, and now it's 7.5 million. He's like, I did not see that coming.
Opened the door.
If you open the door, sometimes people are going to still kick it down.
To extreme value. I mean, speaking of Gandhi, that guy might be thinking, if I make this call, Dingebreaker could be Gandhi. G-O-N-E-D.
I'm really appreciating the honesty from Gorgasm123. I would rage call. As a man who knows himself, you know. And does
I'm not going to call it a rage call, but I am going to call it a comeback because we are now even Stevens. In fact, Dingebreaker is on top now.
Wow.
The Dingebreaker. I like it, Olo Bustioaz. And we have got ourselves a heads-up match now.
Yeah,
remember,
now it's
over $35,000 in prize money.
And right out of the gate, we might see a little fun, inflated post-flop situation. Neck Guy does have a pretty decent hand to see a flop with playing this deep heads up, but not that one.
Woof. These two hands are yuck. That's right. Let's see some new ones. These are better. Flop flush is what got Dingebreaker back in this game. No such luck here. Would have been pretty unlucky, TBH. King on king. King on king. King, Kang, Kong. Three diamonds on the turn.
Great turn card for Neck Guy and his Kevin. Because less opportunities now that that 3 came. And a 4, it's going to give a hundo. A red hundo for Neck Guy. And that is surely going to be called from the binge drinker.
And the slight, no, not the slight lead yet, but even more Stevenser right now.
And they say there's no right way to play him. But I'm telling you right now, I feel like a raise.
There is a left way.
2 million is the way.
Oh, buddy, look at that. What a prediction. And we are back on top. Neck Guy is stretching out, peering down. Dingebreaker with the nut low, but does have a flush draw.
Wait. Are you trying to tell me right now, Joe, that one guy has the nut low, high hand, and one guy has the nut high hand?
Yes, that is correct.
Ace King 2-3. That's
That is
awesome.
correct.
That's pretty cool.
That is correct. Thank God you're here, Griffin. Total brick on the river for the heart draw. Not a bad run out for ace high.
Ooh, you'd love to see the
free
give
showdown.
up there.
Hey, look, I'm playing the board, bruh.
I think maybe Net Guy's like so in the zone right now where he's just like, if I bet 10%, dude, will it induce a bluff raise from this guy? I mean, what else could he be thinking of, right?
Yeah,
like, if I give him some
that's
rope,
what next level players do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I think, ooh, I get to see if my ace high is good. That's what the rest of us think.
The bet was quite large, actually, so I'm not
Jack
really
10.
sure what it was for. Fair fight.
It was to get a call from king high.
And with such a small bet, I think Dingebrinker will decide to come along here a percentage of the time. That jack of spades, you can turn some equity with like a 9 or an 8 or a king or a queen.
How about a spade?
And, you know, sometimes your opponent will check. And
Griffin, can you turn some equity with a spade? Can you turn some equity with a spade? Is that a way to?
That's part of it.
Would that be one of the ways
way
to
do
turn
it.
equity?
That's one of the ways.
I was so happy I was right about that. I just was.
But
Three
Dingebrinker
aces.
decides not to bet the turn. You can't really blame them if you think about it. The kind of hands that Net Guy might have, you know, the value hands are never really going to fold. So you kind of just take the free card, and now incredibly difficult. You know, you could represent maybe a full house with a 7, but you have to imagine you're probably up against better. Never bet the under says, I am annoyed with Joe. Couldn't be further from the truth. I don't think I've ever really been
Griffin,
annoyed
who's your
with Joe.
who's your favorite Batman villain?
My favorite Batman villain? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not particularly like super partial to any of the Batman villains that isn't Joker because of just like the iconic nature of their relationship. So probably just Joker.
So
It's
yours
such
is-
a cliche though.
Yours is Joker? No, it's okay. It's a fine answer. You know what mine is? Bane.
Yeah.
I know it was a long time since the guy said that, but you're baned. Thank you for your comment. I was expecting Griffin to
I
answer,
wanted
you know,
to
within a
full-
minute or two of me asking who his favorite Batman villain was. Now it's like the moment has passed, but
a big
okay, we got a hand
question.
happening at least. Look at this.
Wow.
More
A very big
escalation.
hand.
Oh no.
Escalation in the nation.
Nation.
Wow. Look at this. Top flight poker.
Wow. And Dingebrinker closing the gap again. I'm loving these collisions on these boards where folks are catching little fun pieces to play with heads up.
Yeah. Someone recommends the series Gotham. Never watched it. Was
Oh, boy.
vaguely curious about it, but nice turn. Net Guy.
I always think, like, if it's
More
on the WB, how
opportunities.
good could it be?
Yeah. I actually enjoyed
Also,
the first few
here's my
episodes of the
thing.
new Superman and Lois show. I was pleasantly surprised. But
Hold on.
Go ahead.
That's a straight. It's Net Guy. Finally got there straight. I don't like prequels. They're inherently boring. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that, actually. Also, I watched the reveal shot in the last episode of like his costume, and I thought he looked dumb.
A Batman, they show him in the final episode.
I mean, of course they do. Like
Batman
it's the same thing with
becoming
Smallville,
Batman.
right? Yeah, yeah. Like in the last episode of
Yeah.
the whole Smallville show, he like becomes Superman, right? Like, I don't consider it a spoiler.
Well, you
Have I
can't
ever
spoil
seen
a
the
prequel.
Arrow?
Guess
I watched
what?
the first probably.
Bruce Wayne becomes Batman. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. I probably watched the first 4 or 5 or 6 seasons of Arrow. I was like really into it at the time. I thought it was a lot better than I thought it was pretty good. But then I don't know. Then it got too much. It was just no. I feel like when the white-haired villain guy showed up, I was just like, we're just doing the same thing over and over again every season, and it's so long. Like what, 22 episodes a season most of the time. All those 22 episode seasons. I haven't even started watching The Shield because it's just so many, and I know that's like Joe's favorite show, so that's why I bring it up. Paris
It's only
Evans here for
13
Dingebreaker.
episodes per season. It's not that bad.
Shield.
I think, yeah. And one of them's even shorter.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I thought I looked into this.
Yeah. If we
Thing
get
is,
to hear
I think
Call
I've told
from
you
Queen High, we
this
do
before.
not.
Someone's. Oh, it's only 7 seasons. How many episodes? Someone spoiled the first episode for me. That's why I resent the show for it.
The first episode is a huge, like you've never seen like a show pivot in its first episode like this one does.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, I should still just watch it, and yeah, first episode, 13 seasons. You know what? I'm gonna start watching The Shield. Oh wait, no, that was season 7. Season 7 has more episodes.
We've got a domination nation situation.
kicks
but
against
Dish
Kevin.
Brinker takes it down. Takes it down.
Better Call Saul is
pair
an
on this
exception
flop.
to the pre-crew rule.
Yes, it is. I agree. There are exceptions. Better Call Saul being one of them.
Yeah.
Not only is Better Call Saul an exception to the prequel rule, I believe it is better than the sequel.
It's to me they're just kind of like interchangeable. Like I just think they're two parts of the same thing in my opinion. Like they're
Sure,
both-
fine. I'll give you
It's
that.
just the same thing.
That guy raises the 2 pair, gets Jack High to fold. I agree. Fargo is mind-blowing. I didn't really like the last season that much, but up until then, I thought every season got better than the last. The first 3 seasons of Fargo. Uh-oh. Dinge Brinker putting in
And-
a bunch of chips with Queen 5 off into the suited king.
And like before, Neck has a hand right on the cusp there, calling earlier with the Jack 8 suited. Would have been nice to have Jack 8 suited here, but King 6 suited again, going to be one. I think he's going to feel okay continuing. So it's funny you mentioned
does.
Fargo because I'm 2 seasons behind, and I'm a big Ewan McGregor guy, and I haven't watched that one or the Chris Rock one.
That one's my favorite one. The Chris Rock one I thought was oddly not that great, but had its moments for sure.
Nice flop here for Dingebrinker, trying to get it back even. Been a bit of a slow heads up so far.
It's an annoying turn. That's an annoying turn for top pair. That guy checks. And an even more annoying river card. 5, 6, 4, 5, 4, 4, 5.
Dude,
Six-
fingers,
4,
Joe.
5,
Joe,
4,
fingers.
5, 6. I know I was trying not to do it this time. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There you go. You got there. Good job. Good job, Joe. You want your milk?
I mean, why did you ever think that was going to get through? My goodness.
Straight
I
on
mean-
board, pot size. What? This bet.
Is it terrible? Is it terrible that, like, as a general rule, I just call these? Is it bad that I'm just like,
Yeah, like you're like, oh, you like resent this guy for even oh my
it's-
God, with the queen of
wow.
clubs in hand.
Okay, this is insane. This is amazing. See, this is my level is like kind of bad, and then there's this that's like way up here in the stratosphere. That's what Dinge Brinker
This is
is
so
bringing
awesome.
to the Dinge right now. Bringing
all
to the
in,
Dinge.
all in, all.
Gets the fold, blows him off the chop. Dinge Brinker back on top.
Oh man,
Dinge now breathing down the neck of neck guy.
neck is up to his neck in Dinge.
He's up to his neck in Dinge. That is one way to put it. We've got a dominated 10 situation. Neck guy gets a little back. Ace-7 against King-Queen suited. How much is going in pre-flop?
You know, I feel more comfortable calling a 3-bet. I'm sure neck guy agrees with King-6 suited and Jack-8 suited than Ace-7 off. So facing this 4x 3-bet, which is a value 3-bet from Dinge Brinker, I don't know. I mean, neck guy might still call. They're certainly deep enough, but it's such a, you know, it's Ace-7. I don't know.
Ace-7 is still out in front. One spade on this flop. Did it seem like you used to hit top pair with King-Queen all the time, and now you almost never do? Have you noticed that?
I've noticed that. Yeah.
I was like, you know, you're just constantly hitting a king or a queen. You know, it wasn't always good, but you just hit it a lot. Now it's like never. It's always like
And
this.
ace high floating the flop here, thinking that they're good enough for the time with Ace-7 high. This is some top flight, high level poker. 9.1 million chips in the middle, and both players arrive at the turn here with ace high and king high, basically playing for, you know, near the tournament here, a difference of $36,000. Oh,
Hey, look.
oh.
Oh. Well, this never happens.
You broke his neck.
Neck
And
snap.
Brutal River. And Joe.
Oh, just the shove. Just the shove.
Joe, somehow you called to the poker gods. And you were
did.
like, yeah, I've been noticing some funny business with the lack of pair hitting for kings and queens. And the poker gods are just like taking a break. And they're like, oh, sure, we better throw a king or queen out there. They're on to us.
Dinge Brinker pulling away now with a better than 2-1 chip lead. Have not seen this scenario yet.
Never underestimate a sober Dinge Brinker. He's focused.
7, 8, 10 jack is a gut shot, and that's it. Okay, one club. There's a guy that just jumped into chat complaining that the sound is off on PokerStars 24/7. Watching one of our shows, a rerun from a decade ago, instead of watching live right now. What is happening? Is this 8 highs winning? 8 plays?
8 high is winning, but also going to be considering a bluff here. But now Dinge Brinker, the door wide open. Or just a crack of a window. poke its little 4-3 suited head in. Can I bluff this?
It's the Shark Cage finals that they're watching
bet?
right now with you. They're watching a show with us in it from 8 years ago instead of
They
watching
wanna
us
see
live
me
now.
play.
Hold on, I gotta.
They want to
What
see
are
me play,
you
baby.
doing in here? We're live on the other
They
channel.
want to see me play. Oh, no, now you confused everyone. Coach Ruffy just asked, wait, this is live? Now we're going to have to explain to everyone all over again. It's like we wipe them. This is not technically live. We can't see their cards live. It is on a 30-minute delay. But we're live
big pot
talking to you.
shaping up
We're
here.
watching a 30-minute delay. Yeah.
We got a
that
big old
guy's not
pot
gonna
shaping up here. Sorry.
Fold this. And that guy's like, okay,
2.2.
yes, show me better. Dingy
It was only a matter of time before Dinge Brinker ran into a big one, and this qualifies. Stromble asks, is ace-9 off a shove here? Yes, thank you for your question. Pair of deuces for Neck Guy.
I actually, you know what? I'll take that
Sixes
question
for Dinge.
seriously.
Sure.
The question is ace-9 a shove here? And the answer is it depends. Thank you for your question.
I got him. Sixes and a flush draw for Dinge Brinker.
Reese James, he asks, if this is live, what am I thinking right now? Potatoes.
I was also going to say potatoes, so I'm pretty sure that was it. And that six is holding.
Yeah, and you'd think Dingebrinker might even actually find a value bet here. I think if Neck Guy had a 9, would have bet the turn here. So this would be a really thin value bet. And now Neck Guy with bottom pair.
Thinner.
This reminds me of the time I got honey garlic sauce stuck
Oh God, where's this
on
going?
those on those ducks. Does he have sticky ducks? No, he doesn't.
You know what? Why don't you guys go watch Shark Cage on the other channel? Now that I think about it, maybe we'll come back to this in a second. We need to reset.
Potatoes. At least the guy got my Lord of the Rings reference.
Dinge Brinker up over 23 million, continues to work Neck Guy into the corner. Limps in with 10-9.
I would say this heads-up match is really going at breakneck speed.
It certainly is. And 10-9 does flop the best here. Neck Guy has lots of outs.
Oh, people are wishing me good luck on the channel. Thanks. DJC says Griffin sucking out on that nice blonde hair lady. So sad. That was very sad. She was lovely. She was very nice.
She does not have the same to say about you. Dinge Brinker still with the best hand. Is probably pretty keen to get to showdown with it at this point. Neck Guy with a showdownable hand. Can't beat a pair, though.
Yeah, difficult story to tell there. I think the 10's going to feel pretty comfortable. So, Soccer Namlak says, always great to see Miss Finland get the bluff through in season 1. So there was a question earlier that we were saving for James, but he's unable to return. So the answer to the question, which was, what is the origin of Num Nums for 8/8 Snowmen? And it's because of Miss Finland. She was asked in an interview about why she said num-nums when she got pocket eights, and she said because pocket eights num-nums, and that's it. I think that's pretty much the version of the story.
That was close. I guess
Close.
I won't undermine you.
James has the more
Close.
don't undermine me. James has the polished answer.
He has the Finnish answer. Thank you for your question. And another pot for Dinge Breaker. Things are starting to get a little bit bleak for Neck Guy. Closing in on the 10 big blind mark. Definitely under 20. What's between 10 and 20? I forget. 15.
15?
Around 15 big blinds. And it's a jack high flop. 5 of clubs also. Maybe a little trouble for Dinge Brinker. His second pair of hands have been pretty good. So maybe Neck Guy can get a little value. We'll see. That guy's name is kind of like an anagram for Genectigazoink, as in Spilkesen.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's the reference?
Linda Richmond, Coffee Talk. Sometimes she gets verklempt, she gets Spilkesen or Genectigazoink.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that
Good
guy
fold.
does win a little, yeah, after a good fold from Dinge Brinker. Did not get too attached to that pair of sixes. You know, like peanuts are neither peas nor nuts. Discuss. Dinge Brinker with ace-9 suited, a.k.a. it depends. Would most certainly call off a shove here. Doesn't have to. Bottom pair for Neck Guy. You would think ace high would be the best hand here a fair amount of the time. That's around a fifth of the pot. We ain't folding bottom pair. How attached are we to it?
Wow.
All of the way attached.
Nice.
If only. If only.
Not a snap fold here from Dinge Brinker. Probably in his best interest to do so, but maybe thinking, this looks a lot like a, flush draw. We, of course, know it was that bottom pair.
Oh, boy.
And this could be fireworks. 20 big blinds effective. Both are going to feel very comfortable getting these in this heads-up situation. This could be for all the marbles.
Yeah, you got to be pretty interested in putting it away here. Pair of eights for Dinge Brinker.
And
it's a queen on the river.
Again. You've changed everything,
The
Joe.
miracle river.
Changed the timeline.
For King Queen leads to a double up for Neck Guy. Get your necks out, everybody. Get your necks out for Neck Guy.
Jeez, that guy almost took my head off.
Heavy is the crown. Not quite ready.
Now, Dinge, a chance here to get a little chips back, and we're back to a 2-1 edge.
Neck Guy not quite ready to say die.
And a nice opportunity here for Dingebrinker to, again, just take this one down pre-flop. It's about 28 big blinds-ish, but elects to go slower and just call. I think that also is fine. Hand is so face up when you just shove for 30 big blinds over an open. Almost always going to be those small pairs. Your opponent can react accordingly.
It's been a while since we've gone over what we know about these two. Neck guy playing out of Lithuania, satellited into this event in a $109 satellite. Insane profit here, no matter what the outcome for Neck guy.
Ooh! Get your fingers out.
What
2,
just
3,
happened?
4, 5, 6.
Poor Neck guy. That's what you get for putting your Neck guy out there. Neck guy has a runner-up in a Winter Series event, looking to go one better. That's from 2020. Won a Bounty Builder in 2019. Won the Sunday warm-up in 2020. Another runner-up in a PKO during the Turbo Series. And a winner in the High Roller Club in 2019. So plenty of results there for Neck guy, who flops top pair here. Bottom pair for Dingebrinker.
Yeah, pretty good as far as turn cards go for Dingebrinker. If you're not going to improve with a 4 or a 5, you're going to want to see a 3 or a deuce to give you some straight draw opportunities. And a pretty stiff price here for Dingebrinker. But pot being as small as it is, you might expect a continue. Neck guy's going to have some bluffs here like Jack 10, some club combos, and there is that 4 on the river. And this could be quite a disastrous river for Neck guy. You know, a lot of the time you're not going to be slam dunk value betting a weak ace, but when you're playing heads up and you're expecting your opponent so often to have a queen here, when you can have some bluffs like Jack 10 or any club combos, you're going to want to go for value. So expect to see Neck guy fire out a bet, and a big one at that, at 5 million, and that is brutal for him.
And Dingebrinker has a very easy raise here. Click it back, move all in. It's really hard to mess this up.
Yeah, Neck guy made the mistake of making the call earlier in a similar situation where they raised on the river and then faced an all-in for a bit less. And was
if Neck guy calls, this is over.
Yeah, but I think that Neck guy's learned their lesson here. And it's going to expect him
makes the fold and now has a sub 10 big blind stack. And we may be seeing a lot of all-ins as Neck guy is up against the ropes with blows raining down upon them, trying to escape. Dingebrinker, Jack high is the best hand. Pretty tough here with 5 high. Folds. We are approaching a break. They are playing pretty quickly. I don't know if this is going to finish. King 10 versus Jack 8.
Yeah, and here we are for the tournament
we've got
again.
It all in. King high.
Bad flop.
A pair of 10s, not a great flop for Jack 8. And Neck guy doubles up, still in the danger zone.
Oh,
ace 5 versus 7s now.
No ace or king. Oh,
and it's counterfeited, but also an ace on the river. Barry Greenstein makes an unnecessary appearance, which is almost never true of the actual Barry Greenstein. Another double up for Neck guy. 2 chances for this tournament to have ended, but it wasn't in the cards just yet. And that guy has got some breathing room, has come up off the ropes. Profmatic says the neck lives. And the break will occur after this hand. Ginge Brinker betting ace high, gets the fold from Jack 10, and this match will continue after the break. Still playing for the Scoop title. Those players are going on a break, but we have got action for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Hang around. It's only 5 minutes. Plus, we get to check in on the heavy hitters in event number 50 high. Amadi 017, better known as Adrian Mateos, 3 Scoop titles. It's a sick one also at this table. And we're going to take in just a few hands of this progressive knockout event. Do you know what a progressive knockout is, Griffin?
What? Do I? Oh, you're asking. I thought it was like a.
It's a knockout tournament, but it's also fights for equality. Pair of sevens here for Mr. Gorang.
Amadi, of course, with 4.7 million chips, comes as no surprise. For those unfamiliar, that is Adrian Mateos, the youngest World Series of Poker Europe winner ever. Has won a ton of titles, including EPTs. He's just been everywhere. He's incredible. And 2 pocket pairs against an ace king. Love that.
Yeah. Little street fight here. Jack 5-4, 3 diamonds. Only 1 diamond in the hold, and it's the 3 of diamonds. Wasn't Mateos the first Spaniard to win an EPT? We don't say Spaniard in 2021 anymore, but yes.
Well, you do apparently. You just said it twice.
Spaniard? I would never say Spaniard.
So looking across his page here, Adrian Mateos with $21,384,000 in winnings. He's won absolutely everything. I made the mistake of organizing it by place, and there's just so many I can't find the big score, so I'm gonna organize it by win. Yeah, he won EPT Monte Carlo in May of 2015 for the cool sum of €1,082,000. I mean, this guy is.
I believe it was still
incredible.
The grand final at that point.
It was. He won the 50K in Monte Carlo 2 years later for €908,000. So this guy, he's one of the high stakes greats.
Dennis asking if I can say Buenos dias, Adrian. No, I will not. Thank you for your question, though.
And so comfortable to limp call the Queen 8.
Oh, and Lena 900 hiding out up there.
Yeah.
Pulling a spaghetti, hanging behind a plant.
And sick ones thinking, why didn't I just shove this 10-8 suited for 10 bigs? And if Amadi bets,
Quinnovative asks,
gonna have to fold.
Who is this guy? I want to look him up on YouTube. It's Ali Nejad, Lainejad. It's a sick one, raising Queen 10 suited.
And Mateos, because it is a progressive knockout, going to make this call. And then going to have to call off the additional all-in from TDR, who has to expect to be ahead of the shove range and a bit ahead of the calling range.
Oh, set of snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
It's a sick one. Sent to the rail. And we are sending you back to today's feature presentation. Event number 48, the 5K buy-in. 2 players remain. Still jockeying for that scoop title. Both players guaranteed over 100 grand at this point. But there is a pretty big prize difference between first and second to the tune of around $30-something thousand.
As James would say,
35,000 plus.
Yup. Quevin with 2 pair
on Queens.
for the Dinge Breaker.
Another twoper. Twoper for Quevin. Any 2, but JJ asks, no deal consideration here? Yes, that's correct.
So I want to I want to just say something real quick. I recognize
Well,
that
that
that's
is
probably
literally
not
your
the
job.
way. Uh-oh, you know what? I'm going to hold off because Net Guy is a great opportunity to get back to 15 million here with those pocket ladies.
MQ. Oh my goddess. The ladies.
And you have, what about the num num thing for good luck?
Nom 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 nom.
Dinge Brinker getting it all in. Once again, strong
9
chance
for
of a
sweat.
neck guy double up. No sweat. And these 2 are once again within striking distance of one another. Slight advantage right now for Dinge Brinker, who I did not cover before the break. Dinge Brinker, sorry, 1 second, Griffin. Playing out of Estonia.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
Best result is 6th in a scoop. Does have a WCOOP title and a whole slew of other caches. Just want to give Dinge Brinker their due. Go ahead, my friend.
Well, I was just going to say, I recognize that his name is probably not Neck Guy, that we are sort of, just, it's easier to call him that. We're not sure exactly how to pronounce it. But I will say that his avatar, combined with the fact we've been calling him Neck Guy all day, makes me feel like that guy's nickname could be, I mean, he looks like he could have a really long neck in the photo. Like it just, I'm just saying there's some synergy there.
Well, his avatar is Manu Ginobili from the National Basketball Association. And basketball is pretty big in Lithuania. I don't know if you know that or not.
Okay. Connections. We're getting there.
I mean, it could be Manu Ginobili. The dude's been retired a while. Maybe he went back home. I'm pretty sure he's from Lithuania.
Ooh, we got a battle of the pretty suits here. Whoever wins this event will have gotten through not only a tough field, but a pretty damn tough final table that included the likes of Daniel Dvoris, Tamate, and of course, everyone's favorite NASA 114.
Guys.
So it wasn't easy
Manu
pickings.
Ginobili is from a city in Argentina called Lithuania. Okay? Just chill out. That's what I meant. Sorry, Griffin. And once again, Neck Guy winning by a nose. I didn't go where you thought I would. Back on top. Ooh, Ace 10 versus King 10. Domination situation. Don't forget, Net Guy is a qualifier, satellited into this event. Pretty cool. So the difference between first and second is something like, 6 or 7 buy-ins. If you bought in. But if you got in for $100, it's worth a hell of a lot more.
360 buy-ins, right? Or would it be, 360 buy-ins. It's a lot. Approximately. I'm rounding down to 100.
You're right. Sure. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
I'll
it'll be 36 grand.
That guy continuing. Ace high going to look him up a lot here and does.
Oh, yeah.
Meteor UK asks how long they've been going since they started. Thank you for your question. Hinge Brinker. Checks it back. King high against ace high. Will we see a showdown?
Going to be tough for Net Guy to tell a story here after giving up on the turn.
Yep.
So I think Dinge Brinker is going to take a big daddy of a pot. Now 21 to 13.5 million in favor of Dinge Brinker.
Ooh, boy. Ooh. Suited king versus queens. And we know that suited kings play pretty well heads up. 1 heart on the flop. Ramstar asks, why Joe answering so childish? Why you answering so childish? Why you answering? That's what you sound like. Why you? That's what you sound like. You're banned. Queen's still good. And gets the fold from king high. What about this compliment? Never change, my guy. You are one of the legends still alive.
Who said that?
What? Does it really need the qualifier that I'm still alive?
Yeah, why is that?
Is it that surprising that I've made it to whatever age I'm pretending to be this week? 2 pair for Dinge Brinker.
I like to think that he means that you are such a legend that you usually have to be dead to reach that level.
Okay.
Being an icon, you know? Milo7 wants to know, Griffin, what was your highest cash prize? 1.25.
Milo what? Milo what?
Milo 7. What? It's always coming Milo 7.
And a couple of 7s here. Oh, all of the 7s. How about for Net Guy?
Oh, my God. One more time. Hit him with it, Joe. Yeah.
What a time to hear from Milo 7. If there is a king or a jack on the river, we are going to have maiming by quads.
Hard to imagine Dinge Brinker even losing a lot of the time here.
No.
But luckily, he doesn't fill up on the river.
6.2 million out there. And a nice
bet
on the end that cannot get called. And we are heads up to this flop. Thought we'd do something different for a change. Pair of jacks for Net Guy. And a diamond on the turn makes things a little bit juicier for Dinge Brinker.
Yeah, but Din's going to be sitting there and thinking, well, I'm in bad shape against a king. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a jack to fold. So maybe I should take a free card here. But you also might just want to bet because 4 is not going to call here. And you don't want to give an opportunity for those other draws like 9, 10 and the like to get that free card and then be able to maybe bluff your queen high. So I like this big old bet, but it's not going to get a big old fold.
The 6 is not the out you were looking for. Check, check. And another pot goes to neck guy. Blinds are up, by the way. Things getting a little shallower. That's right. Coach Ruffy asks, Stapes, how do we pause this live broadcast? I got to go pee. We'll wait.
Yeah,
go ahead. Just let me know when you're back. Guys, I said we would wait. Guys?
Yeah. Hey, guys, can we... Do you mind? Yeah, I need to... Number 1.
You make me look like a real jerk here. I told this guy we would wait.
Yeah. He insists he's not going to... It's no more than like 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah.
It's a number 1, I think. Yeah, it'll be like 45 seconds.
Yeah. He doesn't even need to wash his hands.
Yeah. I don't even... If he's got a really big house, he probably wouldn't even be watching this broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thanks.
All right. Flush draw and king high for neck guy. Up and down draw for Dingebrinker.
Nice draws for both of them. A jack makes a Broadway for neck guy. Any club.
Hey-o. Man, everything coming up neck guy right now.
Wow. Wow. And Dingebrinker sitting there with the club blocker as well. Sitting there with 9 high, expecting your opponent to have a lot of 10x type hands, some queens that would probably have to consider strongly folding on this river. Going to expect to see a pretty big bet, and there it is.
I feel like this could have gone either way. Not this particular. Oh, this hand could have gone either way also, but everything's really feeling necky right now.
Yeah.
And Dingebrinker, the lowest we have seen them in some time, just dropping below 10 million after making this pre-flop call. And neck guy, you can feel it. You can feel the energy. You can feel the surge.
Yeah.
It's like in the WWE when they pick the hand up and they drop it twice. But then the third one to your feet. As Frost says, neck goy. I like it. Dingebrinker betting into a pair. And now we'll be betting into 2 pair. May not slow down either with that spade on the turn. Does not slow down. Can somebody clip that? I predicted that was going to happen. I don't get many of those.
Now neck guy in a position where do you just call and induce bluffs or do you go for it? And he does go for it with that bottom baby 2 pair.
I like going for it, Griffin. I think that there's very few rivers you're going to be super happy with. So I kind of like going for it.
Yeah, man. Connect 4. I like it.
9-6 plays 8 tray. Pair of 6s for neck guy.
Double down to play this hand, Dingebrinker.
Yeah. This one is another blackjack term we like to call surrender. Queen 10 against King 9.
Yeah, don't think Dinge Brinker had designs to fold this to a single raise. This is going to play real nice as a limp call, especially when you flop 3 9s.
Now this is a sight for sore eyes. Just what the doctor ordered when you are starting to bleed out. Some nice triptychs. 9-9.
It does sound like it could be a doctor's term too. Yeah, we're gonna need some triptychs in here. Yeah, he's got three 9s.
I can't. I'm gonna have to call in the triptychs for this. All right, so Dinge Brinker gets a little bit back. Still, I would say on the brink of Dinge. Just over 20 bigs.
It's just so much funny that it has the right to be. He's on the brink of Dinge. It just
Both
works
players
very well.
flop a 5. Ace on the turn, does not hit anyone. See our
Melo
Meister asks
7.
why they didn't do a deal. Because they didn't. Yes, Griffin.
Oh, I was going to give Milo 7 another. Joe, what is your favorite hand in poker? As we're looking at a certain pot that might be split relatively evenly.
Chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
My favorite hand in poker? Probably a royal flush, I guess.
Top Pizzy for Dinge Brinky. Gonna take it down, but is under 10 million. Well, we're getting some 1 out of 10s, 2 out of 10s. I guess I should have done it right away.
Ace 4 and 7-5. Both reasonably happy with this. Check, check. 6 on the turn. What's the matter, old man Griff? What's got you consternated?
I'm counting the straight thing.
I think they're blocking each other, but what do I know?
Stalking Greek says, please send Griffin to a chop pot song training. I'm not going back there, man. You can't make me go back there.
We call it a camp of sorts.
Oh, gosh.
Ten deuce and queen 9. Dinge Brinker does not get aggressive. And that guy flops a gut shot. Playing for $36,000 in prize difference. Remember, neck guy satellited into this event for $109.
Well, Joe.
Yes, my friend.
I feel like they were very big fans of your work just yesterday, calculating as the human calculator would. So what are they playing for, Joe? Down to the dollar and the cent. No calculator.
That might work when Hardigan's in the booth, but my brain can only do, I can only steer the ship.
Okay, I'll call the action. No.
We've got an up and down draw here for Dingebrinker, but the deuces are good for now. This is one of those rare cases where when you always make a pair with your straight draw, the pair would be good in this case. Unless it's a queen, jack, or king, but not going to get there. Oh boy. Hold on to your butts or your neck in this case. Neck guy with king, queen.
I'm going to hold Joe's butt.
Neck guy has won all of the flips thus far. I don't think king, queen will be folding. Just a raise. We're going to do this slowly.
And it's the perfect hand to finish this on, Joe, if this happens here, because we were talking about how the poker gods, they're making the kings and queens hit again. It's happened twice in a row. This is it.
We're flipping for the tournament, potentially. Jack's holding. Jack's holding. King on the river. Once again, the poker gods come from out of nowhere to drop the rafters. Top pair into the river. Neck guy takes it down after quite the heads-up match. Let's remember, Tamati, the first player out for 21,000. Meekin Sonas had a shot at this for a long time, was the chip leader for a while, cashes out for just under 100K. Dingebrinker with a probably disappointing 121,000, but $157,000 for Neck Guy, who, can we squeeze in one more neck pun?
I mean, I'm sure you have one geared up and ready to go.
I don't think I do. I was gonna buy time while you said it. Griffin, what do you think about a heads-up match?
I thought it was great, and I was really impressed with coming into this table. It's a bit strange, we watched the 25K yesterday, and everyone was just such a juggernaut. And coming into this, you're thinking like, oh, it's like 5 times less buy-in, but 5K is one of the bigger buy-in fields that we cover, and it's still some of the best players in the world. So you hear there's a couple satellite players, you're thinking like, oh, maybe this won't be super advanced. And I think us and everyone watching at home was really, really impressed by some of the big moves. We saw some great calls, some huge bluffs, a couple of blow-ups. It was just high level, super stuff, and it was a lot of fun to be a part of.
I was particularly impressed by Neck Guy and the fact that he did not choke.
There it is.
Let's go. Let's go.
See, I went extra long.
I got nothing else. All right, my babies. Tomorrow is an off day for live tournaments being played, but do not forget, you've got Maria Ho and Calvin Anderson tomorrow bringing you final table replays. Event number 27 high, the 1K 8 game, and 42 high, the 5-card PLO 6 max PKO. That is a mouthful. Hopefully, they can pronounce that entire thing. That starts tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern, 6:30 British Summer Time, 7:30 Central European Time. Tune in for Maria and Calvin Anderson. But for now, for James Hardigan, Griffin Benger, I am Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.